Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education regular board meeting, May 7th, 2024. For those who are also online, and no one's in the boardroom right now, but hearing no request to speak on any closed session items, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, good evening, good evening in the boardroom, and to those who are watching us virtually, welcome to the Board of Education regular board meeting for May 7th, 2024. I'd like to thank you for being here. As you can probably see, there's going to be a lot of movement and agenda movements and making sure that we are being responsive to the priority issues that we're going to discuss this evening. We do have some time certain items, so we will we'll be moving the agenda accordingly to make sure that we're being mindful of those priority items. With that, we will go to language access.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation and also ASL interpretation over Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español. Si alguien gusta escuchar la reunión en español. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I want to make sure that we have access. We're not in the hallways, blocking any ability to move about freely. Also, so now moving to D5, announcement of closed session, that there was no closed session action to report at this time. And our student board member is not here at this time, so we'll go to the superintendent report.
Good evening, board members, teachers, members of the public. Thank you for being here today. My board report will be short as well. As you know, we have very important work to get done this evening. Last week, we celebrated in community the work of the ethnic studies team. I'm so proud of that work for a district that supports celebrating our students' identity and centers their history in our curriculum. We heard from Mia Lopez and her multiple roots and how they come together here in Santa Barbara. Knowing who you are is as important as where you come from was part of her message. Celebrating that was pretty special, and I want to thank the organizers and the teachers and the students who celebrated with us. I've also had an opportunity to continue to visit schools with Sunita Beal, and most recently the open house at Washington Elementary with Mr. Escobedo and Mr. Ramirez, and the evidence is clear that teaching and learning is thriving in our elementary schools. We had a chance to also talk to a few teachers on the implementation of Wit and Wisdom, and we saw some evidence of the work that students are doing in their writing as they continue to improve their literacy skills. And I also had a chance to hear from teachers a little bit about the big lift that it has been for them to implement a new curriculum. Lastly, I want to talk about Mental Health Awareness Month. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and it is something at the top of mind for our students and staff. During the meetings with the Student Superintendent Advisory Council meeting that I co-chair with Anastasia Lee, this has been a frequent topic. The Committee of Students has been working on some initiatives to try to make the resources that we do have in our school system for our students more front and center. They definitely told us having flyers with information for mental health is just not the way our 21st century learners take that information. So we will be bringing back to the board a really exciting project that they're putting together and that we're doing in collaboration with the VADA pathway over at Santa Barbara High School. We know how severe the mental health crisis is in our country, and it's important for everyone to know that they are cared for and that help is available. One of the tools we have is a telehealth app called Vida that's part of our resources at Santa Barbara Unified. I've taken advantage of this service myself. I recently lost one of my best friends to cancer and a nephew within months of each other, and I found myself in need of help with my grief and stress. So if you or someone you know is in need of help, I recommend this service and many of the others that are offered by our district's health benefits plan. To wrap up this report, as is our tradition, we're going to now go over to the honorees for this week's Every Child Award. To kick us off, from Monroe Elementary School, Anne-Marie Galbraith. Anne-Marie works tirelessly to support her colleagues reach their potential and our families. Anne-Marie is our teacher in charge. She serves on multiple school committees, including School Site Council, School Leadership Team, and is the 504 coordinator. This is from the words of the principal. That's why it says it's our 504 coordinator. Thank you, Anne-Marie. From ETS, we have Anna Hernandez. Anna ensures that students and staff data is up-to-date, secure, and accurate. Her efforts to create streamlined processes for reporting accurate data to the state and collaborating with district departments have improved the availability of student data to better enhance district operations and decision-making. Thank you so much, Anna. From Goleta Valley Junior High, Bridget Sandoval. Ms. Sandoval builds rich learning experiences and connects to the wonderful backgrounds and cultures her students bring with them. Students feel safe in Ms. Sandoval's room, and it is clear that they feel comfortable being their best self as they engage in learning. Ms. Sandoval also empowers her students to step out in leadership roles on campus. Thank you, Bridget. From Adams Elementary, we have Elizabeth Gomez. Elizabeth works tirelessly to meet the needs of her students, which she is well aware of because of how focused she is on getting to know and appreciate every child for their uniqueness. She puts her whole heart into every instructional decision and provides classroom experiences that value their backgrounds and highlights their individual talents. Thank you, Elizabeth. From McKinley Elementary, and I have seen her practices, Damaris Alcaraz. Ms. Alcaraz uses inclusive practices to support identity and agency in rigorous learning, supports each student's social emotional needs, and does it with such grace. She ensures that not only her class, but also our school community provides an inclusive environment that makes everyone feel welcome. Thank you, Damaris. And last but not least, from La Cumbre Junior High, cafeteria staff. The La Cumbre cafeteria staff is on the front lines every day, building respectful relationships by fostering kindness with every child. It takes a village, and without them, our students would not have a safe harbor for the nutrition and wellness they need to succeed in their academic day. So thank you to the cafeteria staff. Board members, that concludes my superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. As I said, we're going to be doing some agenda management. So what I would like to do, Superintendent and board members, is to move for G, Action Item 1, approval of CES, California School Employees Association Resolution Number 17. So we could pull that up to read and for action for approval.
Yes, and we're going to ask Mr. Rivas from CSCA to come forward and bring that item to you.
You want to turn your mic on? You want to turn your mic on, Ken? Turn your mic on. Right there.
All right, there we go. We're all set. And apologize for the delay. All right, so the third full week of May 19th through May 25th has been designated as Classified School Employees Week in California by the California School Employees Association, and I believe the state of California, to recognize the event locally. Santa Barbara Chapter 37 requests you adopt the following resolution, and I will read that for you. Whereas classified employees provide valuable services to the district and students of the Santa Barbara School District, and whereas classified school employees contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive instructional environment, and whereas the classified school employees of Santa Barbara Unified School District provide efficient and effective support and ancillary services that are essential ingredients to excellent teaching, sound administration, and high school achievement. And classified school employees are rarely in the spotlight, but are always central to the activities of the district, serving with professionalism and dedication and setting a high standard for care and compassion. And whereas many classified school employees serve as paraprofessionals, providing direct assistance to certificated staff, in the classroom and giving students the individual attention and support they need to succeed academically. And other classified employees perform vital office support, technical support, health assistance, campus safety, food service, custodial, student outreach, and many other functions, which provide students with important educational and health-related services. And whereas Santa Barbara Unified School District depends on classified employees to serve students, and they are often work in challenging circumstances, particularly during the last 2 years, and whereas classified employees play a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of Santa Barbara Unified School District students, and therefore be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of the classified school employees to quality education in the state of California and in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and declares this week, May 19th, the 19th through the 25th, 2024, as Classified School Employees Week. And so I will hand this to you for adoption, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Yeah. I seeing no request to speak on this item. Board members, any comments or questions? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion for approval.
I enthusiastically motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Item has been motioned and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be moving to our public comment section of the thing, but I just want to say a couple things before we get there, and also being mindful that we do have time certain. So just, we have a lot of speakers, but perhaps you're going to manage those pieces, right? So thank you. I just wanted to say a little bit about respectful treatment of all persons in Santa Barbara Unified School District. We've been talking about this. We actually passed a resolution, and we haven't always acted in that way, that we have a resolution that's guiding our behavior and what we believe in, what we value in. And I just want to say this is Santa Barbara Unified School District. And exactly what I'm saying about being respectful when someone is speaking. Someone is speaking, and we want to be respectful and give them that space and time to do so. So when you're speaking, we also want to respect that time with regards to that. And this is coming as a result of some of it we've been going along all the whole time. But I had some comments about the last board meeting that we had some public comments with regards that the public made, that students felt harmed in that sense. And so I want to apologize if you felt harmed. But I was addressing the fact that people were telling this person to sit down and shut up, and that's not respectful treatment, even though we did not like what they said. And so we want to make sure, because the other thing is that we have not been respectful to each other. So that's an invitation to others. If you're not being respectful to each other, then we can just come in and do the same thing. So I want us to be mindful of who we are, and that we've said in our resolutions, respect for the dignity of all people is essential to the goal of achieving a more just and equitable democratic society. And we resolve that the Santa Barbara Unified School District establish and affirm that students, employees, parents, and community members in both schools and offices treat all persons equally, respectfully, and refrain from willful or negligent use of slurs against any persons on the basis of race, language spoken, color, sex, religion, disability, national origin, immigration status, age, gender, sexual orientation, or political belief. We resolve to do that as Santa Barbara Unified. So we need to lead the way. We can't get upset when someone comes into our house, as our students say, the Don's house, the Royals house, the Chargers house. You don't want to have someone come in and disrespect the house, but you got to make sure you're respecting your house as well. So I say this also to community members: when you come into this house, speak publicly. We want to be able to hear what you're having to say, because we don't want to miss something you might say because we're no longer paying attention, because it's being delivered disrespectfully. So I just want to make sure it's us. It's every last one of us. Somebody acting bad or acting good, we're not separated apart from each other. We are Santa Barbara Unified, and we resolve to do just what I just read. And I want us to do that. We start the healing process. We start tonight. We start with being respectful. We start tonight, as I said. And each person is essential to making that happen. Each person is essential to healing where we want to go. So with that, I'm a proud board member of this district. And I want us to be proud too. So we are in difficult times, and I realize that. It is not lost on this board. We're in difficult times, but we're in it. We're in this together, and we're gonna have some hard conversations. We've had hard conversations. So I just want us to be mindful of that. That when we disrespect our house, it's an invitation for others to come in and be disrespectful as well, and that's not what we want to happen. So thank you. If you can go there.
Thank you all for being here. We have about 60 public comments for non-agenda items. If your public comment is related to the reduction in force, I'm going to kindly interrupt and ask that you wait until we get to that item. That item will be time certain at 6:30, so we're going to try and get through as many as we can. Each person will get 90 seconds. On the podium there's a light system. When it turns yellow, that means you have 20 seconds left. Over to the right here on the wall, there is a clock. If people keep going over time, I'll kindly just give you a 20-second warning. We'll start with our virtual public commenters. We have, and I'll say the first few names so that you can queue up. Whitney Allegria, followed by Jeff Peterson. Do we have Whitney online?
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on behalf of my school. My name's Whitney Allegria, and I'm the language and literacy coach at Washington Elementary. I'm grieving the potential loss of our MTSS lead, Emily. While she was pink slipped, we were notified that the larger schools would either get an MTSS lead or an assistant principal, not both. It infers that these jobs are interchangeable, while quite the contrary, these positions are mortally different. But my fatal question is simply, wouldn't it be equitable for us to keep Emily's position at Washington? Our school will continue to have a large student body. Her responsibilities won't cease to exist.
Miss Allegria, I'm going to ask that we hold this item until we get to our time certain item at 6:30. This is about the reduction in force. So I'm going to put yours on top of the pile for G8.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Peterson.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm Jeff Peterson, retired Galena Valley Junior High School music teacher. I retired in 2020 after 22 years in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And full disclosure, I'm not currently a member or resident of the school district. However, I continue to be and have been since my first day at Galena Valley, a strong advocate for music education in this district. There has been a continual erosion of access to music education at the junior high school since the elimination of the 7-period day. Deciding to eliminate instrumental music at Santa Barbara Junior High School is the most extreme action taken that I can remember, negatively affecting music programs in this district. The ripple effect of this decision will send the message far and wide that music education is not valued in this district. Within a few years, it will likely lead to the dismantling of the Santa Barbara High School music program because there will be no feeder program to sustain it. Santa Barbara School District constituents, it really falls to you to intervene. Without your advocacy, concerted and organized, I see little opportunity for real change. I encourage you to contact board members and district administration to persuade them to resuscitate Santa Barbara Junior High School's music program and take steps to secure the future of music programs at all the junior highs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to our in-person public comment. First, we have Maria Sincata, followed by Claudia Scott, followed by Sally Gilmore. Do you have, welcome. Is, there's, here you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
I'm honored and delighted to be able to speak with you, especially after following that last speaker. I'm here as a musician and a former music educator who I taught in the high schools of the New York City public schools, specifically in Brooklyn and the Bronx. I was an English teacher. I'm a trained English teacher. I'm not a trained musician, but I was in the position where they didn't want to pay a music teacher, and so they asked me to teach music too. And so I've been a self-taught musician. I thought, what the heck? And so I taught music in the public schools, and it was a beautiful experience, specifically because I was addressing students who were from broken homes, poverty. They were all living in the projects. It was basically totally segregated. They were angry. They felt like they had no options. So when I had them in my academic class of English, they were kind of off the wall because they didn't have any support at home and they felt like they couldn't succeed. Whereas when I had them in my music class, where I brought in keyboards, and I had 2 kids to a keyboard, and so they were able to collaborate and really learn creatively together. They were on their best behavior because they felt the experience of success and they had fun. And so I was able to see these kids in a different light, and it was spectacular. And that had a ripple effect into the academic classes. And so what I'm trying to communicate right now is that by cutting music, you're not just cutting a fluffy class that's, denying people the opportunity to maybe be like dreaming about being a rock star or something really just superfluous. You're denying them a pathway to success. Music.
Thank you.
Thank you. Music gives
Thank you for your
kids
public
self-esteem. It gives them the tools to
Thank you for your
collaborate.
public comment.
Am I
Sorry.
done?
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
well, whatever. I think that said it all.
All right, folks. I'm going to call out the next few people. We have Claudia Scott, Sally Gilmore, and Wendy Whitehead. Welcome.
I would just like to speak as a music participant. I played in my junior high school orchestra for 3 years, and I am still playing in orchestras. And how many things do you do in junior high that you can continue to do at the age of 78? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sally Gilmore, followed by Wendy Whitehead, followed by Charles Clow. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Sally Gilmore, and my daughter graduated 2 years ago from Dos Pueblos High School, and she's a perfect example of your music program. In 9th grade, she came to me and said, "Mom, I'm dropping out of the engineering academy," and as a parent, you have doubts, but she wanted to go to Carnegie Hall with the Dos Pueblos Band. And she did, and she succeeded in that. And her senior year in high school, she was in 7 musical groups. Her last semester in high school, she was in the Santa Barbara Youth Symphony, City College Concert Band, City College Orchestra, 4 groups with Dos Pueblos Jazz Band, Concert Band, and the play. She was in the pit for the play. And then now she's still playing at University of San Francisco with their chamber orchestra, and she continues to play with the community there. And it just brings so much joy to her and her friends. She's best friends with all her bandmates. And me too. I still play with the Primetime Band, and I was one of your students. And it just brings joy to me every week to play with the community, to give back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy Whitehead, followed by Charles Clow, followed by Rich Lashua.
Wait, don't start the song yet. Let me get my notes. All right. Oh, where'd it go? Wait, I had it. Wait, oh no, meeting. Oh no. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Wait, don't start my time. Wait, let me get ready. Wait, don't start my time. I gotta wait. Ready, okay.
Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Thank you for seeing me again. I want to thank Superintendent John for calling me at 8:15 the next morning and setting up a 30-minute meeting with me, and then calling me yesterday to go over about the issues that are occurring out at Dos Pueblos. I want to thank the Superintendent Hilda for calling 2 weeks later and offering a 5-minute meeting, which I was too busy to attend. I want to go ahead and let you know that I'm truly here to talk about the shady behavior and what's been truly going on out at Dos Pueblos for the last 8 months. When I came here 22 years ago, I promised Coach O'Leary, when he called me 2 days after interviews, that I would protect the athletes at Dos Pueblos High School. And if I have to do that from this podium instead of on the sideline, I will. On September 8th, I was released from duty at Dos Pueblos High School and began your very rigged process of being accused of something. But at that point, you could not hire another athletic trainer. Oh my God. And because you can't hire another athletic trainer. And so then you guys went ahead and you guys hired and have been paying an athletic here. Can somebody give him my papers? And you guys hired an athletic trainer, a non-certified person, and that person has been working as an athletic trainer for the last 8 months. You guys have been paying her and telling the entire community. You guys have been fooling all the parents and every parent of an athlete. You've been telling them that she is certified, because here is your job description. The last thing on it, it says that a valid athletic trainer certification that Tara Reese posted on. Let me tell you, she posted it on February 5th, even though I didn't leave my job until the 8th. And so here you go. Can you pass these up, please? Yeah. So I just want you to know that you guys are getting in the back door through what they can't get through the front door is another athletic trainer, and that they have been telling the athletic.
Thank you.
Yes, last month there was a 30-team volleyball team that came in and played volleyball. She was the athletic trainer. They are telling all these teams that she's the athletic trainer, and she's not.
Miss Whitehead.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, but this is not the place where we can discuss that.
Because
we'll give it more time. We can give it more time if we're discussed at a different time.
I told Ian.
So can Dr. Vecchio, can you come and we want to make sure that we do that. We want to give you due time. This is not the place to do it. We want to make sure we want to give it due time. It's going to take more than a minute and 90 seconds. So we want to make sure you have the time and intention. So Dr. Vecchio, if you want to take a minute and talk.
I told Mr. Vecchio.
I understand.
And I told Ian
Perry that we want to continue.
It was illegal that they
if you
continue
can
to hire
go
her.
with Dr. Vecchio.
But you know what? They continue to hire her.
Okay.
They continue to tell the community that she's the trainer, and she has had no college courses in athletic
So, Ms.
training.
Whitehead, could you please go with Dr. Vecchio?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All the documentation
I understand.
for you.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you.
You got it.
Next, we have Charles Clow, followed by Rich Lashua, followed by Oscar De La Cruz. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and members of the public. Howdy. My name is Charles. I'd like to start by thanking y'all for rescinding some of the RIF notices. I'm not going to really talk about it. I'll speak more on it when we advance to the appropriate agenda item. I just wanted to say at the outset, every RIF that you rescind represents important support to our staff and consequently our students. So sincerely, thank you. For now, all I am really asking from y'all is just some clarity and transparency. Over the course of the school year, you've heard a lot from us about what we want and why we want it. And I can't recall hearing y'all's perspectives on why what we're asking for isn't very easy to provide. And although I've come before you a handful of times and I am like genuinely exasperated by the status quo, I really am asking in good faith. Like I want to know why it is so difficult to meet the asks that we've come here asking about. And I would really like to hear from you. I teach in room D10 at San Marcos High School. It'd be cool if you could, come by and see like some of the work we do, or if you want to have a conversation electronically, that's fine also. I really want to continue the conversation. I value public service, and I think that when done right, the work of a school board member is indispensable. If it's us board president. It should really be us. We want to hear from you too. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Oscar De La Cruz, followed by Zayden Fleming. Welcome.
Today, my required professional development was waiting 40 minutes for an absentee admin who finally texted telling us to find more kids to enroll in theater classes. I'm not sure how that improves my teaching, but sure. 51 grand or 40 transfers, please. In 2006, this room was full of junior high teachers protesting the loss of 7th period. Since 2014, 2 superintendents and 4 VAPA coordinators have proved that too many families going to one school hurts arts across the district. 10 months ago, the state's mandatory health elective came, removing all 7th graders from year-round electives during the school day. 6 months ago, the district agreed to fund an increase of about $300,000 if Santa Barbara Junior High chose a 7-period day to save their arts programs. The union and the district agreed to pause the conversation until labor negotiations were completed. 3 weeks ago, the district told Santa Barbara Junior High they had 10 days to create a 7-period day if they wanted it. Predictably, teachers were not interested in working longer days with no pay increase. Tonight's budget vote eliminates instrumental and vocal music at Santa Barbara Junior High. $51,000, or 0.001% of $39 million in reserves, or 40 student transfers is all it would take to keep music programs at the school for another year. We've saved millions since removing the 7th period, and 6 times 51K was on the table earlier this year. What changed? We've had the time, we've got the money. The storm is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time to access the rainy day fund.
Thank you.
If you're going to insist on us doing your jobs, either listen to us or give us the authority to do it ourselves.
Thank you, Mr.
And a
Lashua.
raise couldn't hurt.
Thank you. Next, we have Oscar De La Cruz, followed by Zayden Fleming, followed by Andrea Lashua. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Oscar De La Cruz. I'm currently a senior at Santa Barbara High School, and the performing arts are crucial to all the schools. For me personally, it was the most important thing for me while I was at the junior high. It was the only thing that I looked forward to. It was the only thing I really enjoyed. I could be failing a class, and yeah, I could go to band, and I would do my best. I could always succeed in band. There was never anything wrong that I could do. It was just the place where I met the most fantastic people in my life, where I had the most fun, where I could perform for everyone. I could be in a parade. I could have the most fun I have ever had. And it was super important to me, and it's terrible that you guys are taking that away.
Thank you. Zayden Fleming, followed by Andrea Lashua, followed by Carla Hernandez.
Hello, I'm Zayden Fleming. I'm a sophomore at Santa Barbara High School. I've been a part of the Music Academy for about 2 years now, and it has been, I would say, the happiest part of my education life. And just taking it away from all the younger kids is just horrible. I don't know, just being able to go up there and perform what I've put my effort into is just one of the happiest things and one of the things that I look forward to every day. So it's just horrible that you're taking away from the younger kids, and the culture and effort that they're going to put into their work won't be shown. That's all I have to say, really.
Thank you. Andrea Lashua, followed by Carla Hernandez, followed by Kristen Bullingwell. Andrea Lashua.
We're good. Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Lashua. I am here as both a parent and an educator. I was going to share facts from studies by MIT and quote the musician Dave Grohl and read from California Ed Code, but honestly, we are so tired. I care deeply about the arts not just as a fun expression of creativity, but as a crucial part of a child's whole education. I am angry for our junior high students who will be denied the opportunity to take music classes because of cuts this board is proposing. Our students deserve so much better, especially our junior high students on the cusp of figuring themselves out who need a push in the right direction or a reason to keep going to school. Our students deserve so much more. I would say that the future of our students is as silent as this board, but you have already made your voice loud and clear. Please change your tune and reconsider the cuts that you are making to the music programs at our junior high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We are not going to accept any more general public comment. Carla Hernandez, followed by Kristen Bollingbo, followed by Natalie Ramirez. Welcome.
All right, thank you. I was wondering if you ever read the social media posts that the district puts out, because I was wondering if they were actually written by a person or AI. The reason I was thinking about this is, the message of the teacher, or thank you to teachers, Teacher Appreciation Week and Day today, made it sound like the district understood the value of our educators. But the actions that the school board and the district are choosing to have by not working with the teachers and the union show otherwise, right? Like you don't really understand what the word appreciate is. And I had to write it out because to appreciate says to recognize the full worth of. And when we think of worth, we think of, yes, money. And it also made me think of to appreciate, and which also means to understand a situation fully. And I was going to say some other things, but just listening to our first speaker, in-person speaker, I don't know that you appreciate what's happening in the district, right? I don't know that you appreciate the morale of the people, educators. I don't think that you appreciate the harm that is being done by refusing to just come to the table and do what's fair. And I don't think you appreciate what the future looks like, right, for this district. I'm truly afraid, and right now, like my anxiety and my nerves, the way people are feeling, it just kind of brings up the level of tension. And I don't know that we're appreciating that, the people in the room. Anyhow, thank you.
Next, we have Kristen Bollingbo, followed by Natalie Ramirez, followed by Madeline Bordowski. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
My name's Kristen Bollingbo. I'm the STEAM teacher at Harding, and I love teaching STEAM, and I'm all for more arts, more STEAM, all of those things. I am also briefly going to touch on a couple of different agenda items, which is why I'm in public comment, so I hope that's okay, and I'll try to be brief. I'm currently on maternity leave, and this is first time I'm missing bath time right now with my 3-month-old baby. And I say that not as a guilt trip, but just kind of on the same theme of what Carla just said, that we are taking this very seriously. The teachers are showing up to these board meetings. We all have really important things going on at home, but we're here. And we're here because these negotiations are so important, and time again, it feels like the district is not taking it as seriously. An example of that is when you were given 5 dates to choose from for fact-finding, and you could not make the time, and chose June 12th, which is a terrible time for teachers. It's the second of last day of school. I would think that the administrators and board members are very busy that time as well, since many of you show up to graduations and promotions. But it appears that you need that time in order to hire a consultant for fact-finding, which blows my mind because it's $15,000 to do that, and you've already spent $75,000 on a negotiations lawyer, even though your website says that employee negotiations are listed as part of business services. So there should be people here on staff to do those things.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment.
I also wanted to speak
comment.
to my colleague who was pink slipped while he was on paternity leave. Our babies were born 3 days apart, and he's now having to consider moving out of town due to
Thank you, Ms.
his
Bollingbo.
layoff. So
Thank you.
just know that we are real people, and we're here, we're showing up. Please show up with the same enthusiasm and respect.
Thank you. Next, we have Natalie Ramirez, followed by Madeline Bordovsky, followed by Karen Dutton. Welcome.
Hi. My name's Natalie Ramirez, and this is my 7th year teaching 6th grade for the district. I want to preface by saying public speaking's not really my thing. It's right up there with going to the dentist. However, I understand the importance of sharing our stories, even if they're not always fully heard. I have a daughter in kindergarten who came home with an art project about what she wanted to be when she grew up. And to my surprise, she said a teacher. My initial thought was a negative one. No, you don't want to be a teacher. We're often overworked, undervalued, and discarded. Here's a moment where most parents would have felt proud and excited. But I responded, are you sure you want to be a teacher? I hope that by the time my daughter reaches the age to choose her own career, I feel confident in our profession. I hope she will have financial security, good health care coverage, and a society that values the work of educating children. Today, that is not the case. These past years have been a challenging one for many of us. I want to believe that we are all here for the same goal, every child, every chance, every day. But so many times these past years, that message has felt disingenuous and just another marketing campaign. Similarly to how I have felt when you have walked through my classroom to come into our PLCs and snap a few photos. I urge you to consider the true value of our profession. 9 and 4 is not going to cut it.
Thank you. Next, we have Madeline Bordovsky, followed by Karen Dutton. Welcome.
Good evening. I had wanted to get up here tonight to talk to you as the product of SB Unified's music programs and the importance of having strong instrumental music at all of the junior highs. And then I learned my tip mentee is being laid off, and I wanted to get up here and tell you about the loss we will be experiencing by losing him. But then I got a negotiations update, and I looked over the agenda for tonight's meeting and realized I don't have the luxury to spend my 90 seconds on something I am so passionate about or someone that I am so proud of, because I have to get up here and ask questions. I noticed that tonight you are approving $15,000 on a consultant to create your fact-finding binder, but we have an entire business services department and a superintendent for that, and I thought maybe that wasn't part of that department's job, but then I went on the SB Unified website, and under business services it states that it does in fact cover employee negotiations, and therefore it seems that preparing for fact-finding would fall to those people. Does it not? Furthermore, why are you pushing fact-finding to the second to last day of school? Are you so removed from the classroom that you do not realize you are pulling teachers from an incredibly important day of closure to the school year? Picking June 12th shows that you are anything but student-centered in your decision-making. Finally, I would just like to share my utmost respect and appreciation for my fellow educators. While those in this room may not fully appreciate us, I see you, I appreciate you, you're doing great. Happy Appreciation Day.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Dutton, followed by Mary LaFace.
Good evening. My name is Karen Dutton. I'm the proud music teacher at Adams Elementary School and a former music teacher at Santa Barbara Junior High. There's so many things to say tonight, but I stand before you in my 36th year as a music educator in the Santa Barbara School District, feeling deeply saddened and disappointed by the decision to eliminate music and other performing arts classes at Santa Barbara Junior High next year, along with cuts in performing arts at La Cumbre Junior High. This raises serious questions about equity among our junior high schools. Why is there such a stark difference in the availability of these classes at Santa Barbara Junior High and La Cumbre compared to La Colina and Goleta Valley Junior High? I speak from personal experience about the transformative power of music education. In 1976, I know that was a long time ago, I was a 12-year-old entering junior high at Bancroft Junior High in Los Angeles, searching for a place to belong. My piano skills earned me a spot in the jazz band, where I played alongside many excellent musicians, including a young trumpet player named Michael Balsary. You might know him as Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I also enrolled in beginning band because I really wanted to learn how to play the flute. These music classes became my refuge during the challenging times of junior high. They were where I felt belonged and where I could escape. It was in these classes that I forged lifelong friendships and was inspired by Mr. Abbe, my band teacher, to pursue a music major in college. Years later, when I had the opportunity to reconnect with
Thank you,
Flea
Ms. Dutton.
at the 2008 NAMM show, although our musical paths were quite different,
Thank you, Ms.
our
Dutton.
conversation was centered around Mr. Abbe and our time in junior high band and how Mr. Abbe found a way
Thank you.
to connect to each and every one of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary LaFace. And this will be our last public commenter before we go to our time certain item.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Mary LaFace, and I am the choir director at Santa Barbara High School and Junior High. Why do we encourage students to participate in team sports? It is not because we expect every child to go on to become a professional athlete. The reason we encourage sports is because it's a well-known fact that on a team, students learn valuable life skills. They learn to work with others, to work with people they don't like, to build relationships, to build trust in one another, and they also learn that success only comes after much practice and failure. They learn that they are part of something bigger than themselves and that by working with others, they can do so much more than they could on their own. This is exactly why school music and performing arts programs are so incredibly important. In the performing arts, students learn all of these skills. They create bonds with other students through shared experiences like concerts and performances. They experience authentic social emotional learning on a daily basis and build connections with their school community. On top of that, countless research studies have concluded that the performing arts help students achieve more academic success and better attendance. The arts give many of our struggling students a reason to come to school. For the last several years, the music program at SBJHS has been struggling. This is not because students in Santa Barbara don't like music. It is because institutional barriers keeping put up that deny students access to these programs. And now with the cuts to the music program at SBJHS set to go into effect next year, the district will be denying music education to some of our lowest income students. It is not right that just because they cannot afford to drive across town that they should not be given the same educational opportunities.
Thank you. Madam President, that's the last public commenter before the time certain item.
So thank you. Thank you for our speakers. We will now be moving. I will close this part of the meeting to go to our time certain meeting we'll have a presentation by Dr. Vecchio prior to that. So we're moving to our time certain item on items G8 and 9. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I do have a short presentation on the following two items. These are difficult items to bring forward, of course. I do have Tara Wise from my office and Ann Peak here too, who may be available to answer questions as they and myself worked on the landscape of this entire layoff process, worked directly with CSEA in negotiating some of the classified layoffs and placements of employees as well. So I want to thank them for that. To start, I want to remind, if you go to the next slide, or I guess I have the clicker here. Wanted to just remind everyone about the reasons for the reduction in force. We've mentioned these in some of the board publications that we've put forward. Important to note around the March 15th requirement. This is a new law requiring that classified employees get notified before March 15th. And I wanted to put this in front of us again because this really does require us to issue a bunch of precautionary, and I think it was around 120 or so, precautionary layoff notices. If we have to do that prior to March 15th and then make the budget decisions much later than that. And so that was one of the causes for this. Of course, we've talked about expiration of COVID funds, a new 3-year LCAP, so there's a lot of stakeholder input, different reviewing of the survey data, looking at every single, we had our management teams, all management team and principals look at every single comment from every single person that submitted one of those surveys. We coded those to determine what were the most important actions that the community was putting forward to us for the new LCAP. We also have labor negotiations, which is at minimum going to look at about a $35 million increase to the budget, and could be more. Declining enrollment, and then anticipated state budget issues. So those are the things that we've talked about in the past. I've put in memos to you. So how did we make these decisions? Here's a list of some things that will help you understand how the decisions were made with respect to what to rescind and recommend to rescind, and what to recommend gets followed through on in terms of a layoff. We did use data, qualitative, quantitative data. I talked about the LCAP input that we received from the community groups, the survey I already mentioned, and public comment and board correspondence. So when we hear public comment, or the board does, and then we get direction from that around what's of interest to our public. And then places where, and particularly in the management space, we looked at where we have multiple positions of a management source, same position but multiple ones. We looked at vacant positions, and that being an opportunity to not displace someone from a job, but actually eliminate a position. And then where we can take some of the management duties and put them on some other management person would be another consideration we made. So this gives you an idea by classification. So you see the three main we call them bargaining unit groups: a management certificated classified, the number of employees, and this just gives you a breakdown of how many by those groups and the percentage. And then this is a chart by FTE, so full-time equivalent. And the reason I displayed this for you is that there are some reduction in hours, which would be if you're taking a 8-hour position to a 4-hour position, that would be a half of an FTE reduction. And so I've given you this information by FTE and by type of work, type of classification and location, district officer site. You'll notice that we, as the board, we got clear direction, try to do our best to save as many positions as we can in this process, and so we've been able to do quite a bit with that. And then this is more on the classified side. I just wanted to reference that this is a breakdown of those 125 precautionary notices. We're going to be recommending the rescinding of 68 of those. And then 32 will have some reduction in hours. 11 will likely have to separate from the district, and then 14 will bump into a different position. And then next steps, we're going to have some final action from the board tonight, and based on that decision, my department will begin to issue the different notices. I've listed them there prior to May 15th. Then we also will have employees placed on a reemployment list. So if a job becomes available, they are contacted. As we go down that list by seniority, they're contacted for that job. Same if they're bumped and that job becomes available again, then they are offered reemployment rights to that position, even though they're in they bumped down into a different position they held before. And then we will make, our team has a process in place. We're going to make individual contact with every person that ends up having to separate from Santa Barbara Unified, because we have been networking a little bit to see what's out there for our employees that have to separate. So we'll be contacting each one of them to determine what they're pursuing, and some of the options that we may have or hear about, and some of the references that we can give them to other jobs. So we stand poised to do that, and that's a really important action for us. And then we're going to continue to work with CSEA on the impacts bargaining around the possibility that there's positions someone else can obtain that are vacant instead of bumping or instead of separating from the district. So we'll continue working with them on that. And with that, I will reference you to item number, I believe it's 7, which is the certificated.
It's 8,
is it
Doctor?
8?
It's 8.
Okay.
If
You're right. So
certificated
we're working
for
on
8.
items 8 and 9. So item
Okay.
number 8 is the certificated recommended reduction in force.
Okay. There are some requests to speak on this item.
Yes,
Okay.
we have speakers for G8. Did we want to do G8 and G9?
Yes, just tell me if you have any questions so we can respond to the questions and make any adjustments
Okay.
as per needed. And I just want to say that so that we can continue to do this and make sure that we're giving it time, we're going to close public request to speak on G8. So if you don't have it on G8 in here yet, please get it here now. We got that. Thank you for that. So we're going to manage all of this, but I'm also want to make sure people who have their slips in by G8, it's being closed so they have proper time to do that. So thank you. So you will start with that.
We are going to go back to the online public commenter, Whitney Allegria.
Thank you very much, Gabe. Thank you for remembering to put me back on.
Yeah, welcome.
I was talking about grieving the potential loss of our MTSS lead at Washington Elementary, and that it inferred that our assistant principal position and her position were interchangeable. I asked a question that, wouldn't it be equitable for us to keep Emily's position at Washington? Our school will continue to have a large student body. Her responsibilities won't cease to exist. They will inevitably be divided and distributed to people who already are working full-time positions, and this is a deadly equation. Emily's job includes everything related to SSTs, dealing with curriculum specialists, power hours that directly affect our students, being the liaison for AmeriCorps tutoring, and she deals with anything related to interventions. It is a major job at our very large site. The MTSS position should not simply kick the bucket. Not only is she invaluable and irreplaceable, but I'm afraid that with my new entitled instructional coach with a slew of additional subjects added to my position, that I will also have taken some of her former responsibilities, not just the AP, leaving me 6 feet deep. And to add insult to injury, we don't want to lose Lonnie Day, Craig Schneider, or Rob Cooper. Emily and these angels are dedicated to what they do and deserve their positions here in the district. I know they won't be pushing daisies because if you let them go, they will find a better place. But the fact of the matter is that we are the ones who will be dead on arrival without them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to in-person public commenters. I'm going to name the first 3. If you hear your name, please queue up. First up is York Shingle, followed by Deborah Reed, followed by Bill Dodson.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week! You really know how to celebrate us by finalizing these cuts this week. Please don't make these cuts. Please don't approve them. Making us come out fortnight after fortnight asking you to do what every district around us has already figured out how to do, that's not appreciation. You've publicly said that Cabinet won't take a pay cut because their salaries need to be competitive. What message are you sending about the non-competitive salaries of teachers, ETS staff, campus safety teams, and other positions you're cutting? I don't need to answer that question because you've heard from staff, parents, students, and even other unions, but you refuse to hear it. So teachers, please know, like Maddie, I appreciate you, your community appreciates you, and maybe one day we'll have bosses that show us appreciation instead of job cuts. Board, please don't approve these cuts or the classified ones.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deborah Reed, followed by Bill Dodson, followed by Charles Clow. Welcome.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Nope. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. A few weeks ago, a reduction in force list was released. In this document, people were referred to as numbered items. I understand that omitting names was done to preserve privacy. I also understand that this method simultaneously served to reduce this process to a detached, impersonal clerical edit. Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are 3 Santa Barbara High counselors who have been deemed as expendable by the district's budgeting process. Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are more than numbers on the list. Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are the trusted adults to approximately 750 students. Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are the individuals who help students set short and long-term academic goals, improve attendance, resolve and reduce conflicts, and plan for college. When a student is feeling hopeless or overwhelmed by their academic demands, considering suicide, or facing conflicts in the home, Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are there to help connect them to community agencies where they can find the support they need. When a Spanish-speaking parent needs help navigating the educational system, when a prom needs a chaperone, when a teen mom needs answers about daycare, Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are there to listen and find a solution. When the district makes the promise to the community, the families, the students of Santa Barbara, that we will prepare students for a world that has yet to be created, Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos are essential members of the team who ensure that that promise is actually kept.
Thank you.
The district's budgeting process identifies school
Thank you
staff
for your public
as
comment,
simply figures on a
Ms. Reed.
spreadsheet. Perhaps this is out of respect for these individuals' privacy.
Thank
A
you for
truer
your
sign
public
of
comment.
respect would be to look Elizabeth Jimenez, Ariel White, and Francisco Ramos in the eye and acknowledge
Thank
the
you
fact
for your
that
public
they are
comment,
critical
Ms.
to
Reed.
our students' success and worth fighting for.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bill Dodson, followed by Charles Clow, followed by Kim Barron. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bill Dodson, and I've been a teacher at Santa Barbara Unified for 26 years and a product of Santa Barbara Unified. And I'd like to start by saying thank you to the board. I truly believe you have the best intentions of our students and teachers. Now, we may disagree at times about compensation. In my heart, I know you want to help students. But let's imagine a different board, one with worst motives. How would a wicked school board go about intentionally hurting students and teachers? Maslow's hierarchy of needs says that the core people need to feel safe. Every week we hear stories about threats on campus around our nation. So the first step in harming schools would be to cut campus security officers. Take away that sense of safety, as well as many students' trusted adults. We already heard today that students are facing mental health crisis. Social media and COVID have made it especially sensitive and fragile. Another way to damage our schools would be to cut school counseling positions. These are the frontline workers in the mental health of our students. Leave the remaining counselors overwhelmed and frustrated. But what would be truly bring that school board, not this one, to Saturday morning cartoon levels of evil, we're talking Lex Luthor here, would be to target the most vulnerable students, those with special needs and newcomers, take away their support staff, the aides, the paraprofessionals, the helpers, and these students would be lost and scared.
Thank you.
I said before, I believe you have the best intentions. Heck, we're on the same team.
Thank you
What
for
I
your public
ask
comment.
is that you consider your intentions, your values, and your hearts. Are they reflected in your actions?
Thank you.
I hope my trust in you is well placed.
Thank you. Next up, we have Charles Clow, followed by Kim Barron, followed by Dina Davis. Welcome again.
Good evening again, everyone. I'm speaking on agenda item G8 as a social studies educator here in Santa Barbara Unified. One of the employees who received a RIF notice was our social studies instructional support specialist. To eliminate this position would be egregiously short-sighted, and I reckon I should explain why. I figured I could do so by shedding light on two specific things our social studies instructional support specialist has helped me with. At the end of my government class, my students complete a service learning assignment in order to earn the California State Seal for Civic Engagement on their diploma. This is heavily facilitated by our social studies instructional support specialist. She's the one who created the rubric, kept track of the timeline, organized grading days, documented student results, ran ARIES queries to determine which of my students qualified to earn the seal, ordered the insignias to apply to the diplomas, and will get them distributed to the high schools. And as a result, this June, if my count is correct, 84 Royals will receive this honor. She's been working to expand this program to other high schools in SB Unified and increase the number of students who can earn this distinction. And all I had to do was give an assignment on Canvas and grade it. She did the rest. And I can't say with any definitiveness what will happen in her absence. I don't know what the backup plan is. And that kind of brings me to the second point, because the optimal outcome would be you just don't cut that position. I think I speak for all social studies teachers when I say that support is necessary. But on top of that, I just appreciate an explanation for what's going to come next. Like, what's the backup plan? Who's going to pick up that slack? Because I can tell you the social studies teachers don't know. So we'd appreciate an explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kim Barron, followed by Dina Davis, followed by Heather Grosh. Welcome.
Good evening. Okay, so you say these cuts are necessary because there is no money. And just when I think there is nothing new to say, more disturbing information comes out. The district wants to spend $15,000 on an outside consultant to make their fact-finding binder. Why can't one of the admin in the business department do this? Can't they figure this out? Is the math too difficult? The district's also spending $75,000 on a lawyer whose purpose is to find a way to give us the smallest raise possible. Combined, those two costs are close to my yearly salary after more than 20 years in this district. Those costs would pay the salary of 2 or 3 curriculum specialists you are cutting. We keep hearing about past practice in regard to admin raises. People in the private sector making the salaries that our executive cabinet makes are not getting 10% plus raises a year, just because employees making a fraction of their pay may get them. That's just not how it's supposed to work. And the fact that it was done in the past does not mean that it has to continue. Are taxpayers going to be comfortable if members of the executive cabinet get $20,000 to $30,000 raises? Some of them will be close to or over $300,000 a year. They're not working at Google or Apple creating a product that brings in billions in profits a year. They're not even doing their job without outside consultants to help them. Unfortunately, we are losing our support staff. Then there is the fact that the district clearly does not appreciate us. Appreciating us would mean not choosing the last day for fact-finding. Appreciating us would mean cutting admin staff and not those who work with children. Appreciating us would be working together to find solutions and give us the same salary as our neighboring districts. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dina Davis, followed by Heather Grosh, followed by Kim Tilton. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. Feeling a little emotional. I've been in that seat with the RIF notice, and it's really hard. I request tonight that the district rescind the RIF notice for the special education program facilitator as soon as possible. Though enrollment may be declining, the number of students with IEPs is actually on the rise. Our district has needed all 4 program facilitators for many years. This is not a new position created with one-time funds. Cutting 25% of a department's admin is significant and will affect support for teachers, many of whom will be new next year since veteran award-winning teachers are resigning. At the beginning of this school year, there were 8 special education teacher vacancies, 80 paraeducator vacancies, 19 brand new teachers, and 6 new service providers. We can expect similar numbers this fall. We will need all of our program facilitators on board to mentor new teachers and providers, substitute in classes due to the lack of substitute teachers, and provide case management for classes without teachers. How will the district meet the needs of students prioritized in our community's LCAP goals when critical services and supports are being reduced? Please rescind RIF notices as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next, we have Heather Grosh, followed by Kim Tilton, followed by Christine Hasty. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in honor of Emily Ashlock, MTSS TOSA at Washington Elementary, whom we will be saying goodbye to after 3 years. Our hope is that you'll see the value of her as an individual and what she has brought to our school. Emily got into education because of her mother, who was a teacher. This instilled in Emily the belief that the public school system is vital to the community. Emily has been an involved parent in Washington. After moving back to Santa Barbara, she's been raising her 3 daughters, and she's worked as a PTO secretary for 2 years, then returned to teaching when her youngest started elementary school. This year, as the MTSS TOSA, she's worked closely with the administrators, teachers, curriculum specialists, and families at Washington Elementary to determine the best interventions for our students and create the schedules to provide appropriate support. She's part of the student success team and communicates the SST process to families and helps determine various ways to support our students. She also assists our AmeriCorps tutor and works with his supervisors to make sure that their curriculum is being implemented properly. Her position is important because she works closely with so many people in our Washington community. Removing her position will impact many staff members, but specifically our assistant principal and any other staff members who will have to take on the roles that she's filled this year. One of the things that Emily has found the most rewarding in her position is seeing the progress students have made. Emily, we will miss you, Washington students and families will miss you, and we appreciate all that you've done to help them grow. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Tilton, followed by Christine Hasty, followed by Josby Galindo. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. So I'm here to speak on behalf of San Marcos High School. I have had the role of being something called the Royal Time Coordinator this year, and it's given me an opportunity to see my school from more of a systems-based approach, where we're trying to intervene with all types of kids in all types of ways. And what I recognize is that everyone, from classified to certificated staff, is part of a very complicated puzzle that works together to meet students' needs. Campus safety isn't just campus safety. They're a vital tool to our Dean of Students when she's trying to interact, find students. The first person they interact with when they get kicked out of class would be campus safety. These are trusted adults on campus, and they're the only ones we have left. We have other folks like family liaisons. I don't speak Spanish fluently, but I know I can go to Eduardo's office and he's going to help me call a family and make a connection. Para-educators, IT tech, they're all part of this puzzle that works together to support students and have direct contact with them. And what I've already learned is that my school site funds are having to be moved around to figure out how to keep essential people because the squeeze is being put on them. Everyone is essential. I was asked to collapse my position into an MTSS position. I already have that job, and so does someone else. So my question is this. Who are we letting go? Why are we letting them go? And what is the vision for replacing their critical roles in the future? Because they are critical, and I see it more than ever. So please think, if you're going to let them go, you need to have a vision for what you're going to do next.
Thank you. Next we have Christine Hasty, followed by Josby Galindo. Do we have Christine Hasty? Take your time. Welcome.
Do not eliminate special education positions. This is grossly inequitable and ignorant of our students and our community's needs. General enrollment has been trending down, while the number of students with IEPs is increasing every year since the pandemic. Do not eliminate special education positions. 0 certificated staff were hired by the special education department with one-time COVID funds. 0. The special education program facilitator position has existed for over a decade. Do not eliminate the critical special education program facilitator position. At the beginning of this year, our district had many special education vacancies, including 8 teachers, 80 paraeducators, 2 specialists. Do not eliminate certificated special education positions when we have so many positions we cannot even fill. Do not eliminate any special education positions, and absolutely do not eliminate a special education program facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Josby Galindo. Followed by Victor Carmona and Myra Oseguera. Welcome.
Thank you. First, happy National Teacher Appreciation Day to all our educators. This is meant to be a happy day, but it's a sad day when we're losing educators today. We're losing positions that positively impact our students and educators. For instance, ISS creates professional development models, train teachers on best practices, modernize teaching, facilitate book adoptions. Counselors help prepare students to be A through G prepared, meet graduation requirements, help them socially, emotionally. Early education, after school care are trained and certificated to care and educate our youngest students. I acknowledge how critical and important these educators are to our community's children. I invite you, the school board and superintendent, to do the right thing and keep all these highly qualified, talented individuals. Both are certificated and classified staff. They play a critical role. I hope that you see that because the rest of the community see it. We're expecting you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to public comment on G9. So first is Victor Carmona, followed by Myra Oseguera, followed by Devin Espejo. We have translation for these first 2 public commenters. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Maldonado. El comentario de esta noche. Buenas tardes.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Maldonado.
El comentario de esta noche tiene que ver con 2 temas que se entrelazan de alguna manera.
My comment this evening has to do with 2 items that are connected in a way.
Por una parte, me gustaría expresar mi preocupación por el personal que va a perder su trabajo.
On one hand, I would like to express my concern because a lot of staff members are going to lose their job.
Muchos de estos puestos son claves para un grupo de estudiantes vulnerables, por ejemplo, los estudiantes multilingües emergentes o estudiantes con alguna condición ya sea moderada o severa.
A lot of these positions that are being laid off are key positions for a couple of groups of students, specifically for the emergent multilingual students and students with special needs, including moderate and severe disabilities.
Los despidos de personal de este distrito contribuyen al desmantelamiento o a la debilitación de los comités de alumnos multilingües emergentes de cada escuela EMBLAC y por consecuencia al comité ejecutivo de EMBLAC.
The layoffs of these staff members are contributing and will contribute to dismantling or debilitating the committees for students who are English learners. At each of the schools, they are called EMLAC, and consequently they will affect the district committee, the DEMLEC.
Algunos padres de familia se preguntan cómo puede haber despidos si en realidad es por falta de dinero.
So some parents and family members are asking, how and why are we having these layoffs? Is it really because there's a lack of money?
O quizás sea por su desempeño en sus labores.
Or is it because they're not doing their job correctly?
Otra pregunta sería, ¿se han hecho foros con grupos de estudiantes para explicarles cómo les va a afectar toda esta situación?
Another question that we have is, have you all had committees or focus groups with students to explain to them how these cuts are going to affect them?
Okay. Padres de familia, miembros de la comunidad, nos gustaría pedirle a los miembros del consejo y a los oficiales involucrados en este problema de este distrito que si se pudiera dar un poco más de tiempo para reconsiderar a los despidos o en último de los casos considerar reubicarlos.
So the community, parents and families would like to ask you, members of the board, and all of the other leadership members that are involved in this problem in this district, to please give yourself more time to reconsider these layoffs or also consider rehiring or allowing the people to stay even if it's in a different position.
Eso es todo. Gracias por su tiempo.
That would be all. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Mayra Oseguera, followed by Devin Espejo, followed by Ken Rivas.
Buenas tardes. ¿Está prendido o no? Ahí. Okay. ¿Sí? Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera
Good evening. My name is Mayra Oseguera,
y estoy aquí para dar las gracias a cada uno de los maestros que han estado a cargo de la educación de mis hijos.
and I am here to thank each one of the teachers that have been part of my children's education.
Maestro Robinson, Maestro Thomas y la Maestra Christine.
Among them, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Thomas, and Miss Christine from Santa Barbara High School,
Que está a cargo de la clase con estudiantes que necesitan más ayuda.
She's in charge of the class with the students that need the most support.
Julián es muy afortunado de tenerte como su maestra en esta parte importante de su vida.
Julian is very fortunate to have you as his teacher during this very important stage of his life.
Sin olvidar a la maestra Rico Gay, quien actualmente es una facilitadora de educación especial que recibió el papel rosado.
I can't forget about Miss Raiko Guy, who is currently a special education program facilitator, and she received a pink slip.
La maestra Gay fue parte de la educación de Julián por 6 años.
Miss Guy was part of Julian's education for 6 years.
Actualmente como facilitadora, ella puede apoyar y guiar a maestros nuevos o con menos experiencia.
Currently, as a program facilitator, she can support and guide teachers who are new or who have less experience.
Yo entiendo que no se trata de emociones, sino de números y datos.
And I understand it's not about feelings, it's about numbers and data.
Actualmente tenemos 1,892 estudiantes con una IEP.
We currently have 1,892 students with an IEP.
Si perdemos a la señora Ricogay, esto llevará a que las facilitadoras que quedan sean responsables de 630.6 estudiantes.
If we lose Ms. Raiko Guy, this will cause for the other program facilitators that remain to be responsible for 630.6 students.
Maestra Ricogay, quiero que sepa que aprecio todo lo que hizo y hace por nuestros estudiantes.
To Ms. Raiko Guy, I want you to know that we appreciate everything that you have done and continue to do for our students.
Y espero que nuestros administradores también la valoren de esta manera.
And I hope that our administrators also value you in the same way.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Next, we have Devin Espejo, followed by Ken Rivas, followed by Brissa Rodriguez. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Devin Espejo, and I've been teaching art at various districts in this community for 17 years, and I'm also a parent of 2 SV Unified students. I'm here tonight to urge you to rescind the classified RIFs. Teachers lost their trust and faith in this district a long time ago, and an increasing number of parents and students have also lost their trust in this board as well. But now you want to add classified staff to that list? Your entire workforce has been up here for months, begging you to listen and give them what they deserve. You simply cannot recover from this by continuing to cut jobs and livelihoods. As a teacher, I rely daily on my amazing para-educators, bilingual paras, campus security, and high-functioning tech and support that ETS provides. These are people who not only work incredibly hard for this district, but they do it for a subpar living wage in Santa Barbara. They are my daily support system. They make my job more manageable every single day. They are the boots on the ground alongside teachers working directly with students. I know that I can count on them for immediate support, and more importantly, our vulnerable populations also know that they can count on these paras and campus safety to ensure they are safe and their needs are being met. What are you saying to our students when you cut these positions? Who will my EML students turn to when they need support to translate or understand an assignment? Who will my SPED students look to help them when they're struggling in class? Who will be there at my door when behaviors are out of control and I am being disrespected on a regular basis? Who will answer my urgent tech help when I can't teach my lesson? This is your village, and you've been burning it down for months, if not years. The burnout teachers who now will be stretched even thinner without any support aren't going to be able to provide the support that your classified staff does. We can barely provide our own for our own families. This is your opportunity to save people's jobs and start repairing the damage that has been done to this entire community, because we all know it does take a village, not this oligarchy we continue to see.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Rivas, followed by Brissa Rodriguez, followed by Odilia Gutierrez. Welcome.
Good morning, board members and Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. I want to express my opposition to the layoffs of youth outreach workers, and I stated at the last board meeting they provide a valuable service working directly with students. Just some of the criteria for a student referral to a youth outreach workers are irregular attendance, poor academics, bullying, harassment, family violence, neglect, street involvement, peer conflict, poor behavior, and the list goes on. This is a service that will go away from about 200 students, as YALs have a caseload of about 50 students, and there are 4 YALs to be eliminated. This service should include even more YALs. With what's happening on our campuses, it indicates this is a need that is, greatly needs to be continued. YALs currently meet students in group settings and one-on-ones just once a week, and it concerns me that the service will be diminished if the 4 YALs are laid off. The district got it right when they implemented YALs as a layer of support. However, it's challenging for both students and the YALs to meet their intended goals when it's only once a week that we meet. It's not going to be that the service can just be passed on, as the district will need to, through our contractual bargaining agreement. They can't contract out this work. They can't pass it on unilaterally to other workers, and so it's just going to go away. Anyhow,
thank you.
I ask that the school board rescind the layoffs, and that you put them back in the LCAP plan as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brissa Rodriguez, followed by Odilia Gutierrez. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brisa Rodriguez, and I was here recently discussing the issue of hopefully allowing our youth outreach workers to maintain their jobs at schools. Youth outreach workers help students practice coping strategies, impacts of behavior, resilience, and impulse decision making. I know that these will stay with students for the rest of their lives. From my own experience, I know to that this day I use these methods every day, and I know it's helped me with so much stuff in school, outside of school, everywhere. And here, so many students who work with DAO workers are motivated to not just do better in school, but outside of school. And I see that with my own eyes, with friends, with peers, and everyone. After the meeting a couple weeks ago, me and my fellow peers decided to make a petition. We were able to collect over 700 signatures from all schools, including UCSB students. This is our community showing you how important this issue is to all of us. The Santa Barbara State mission behind you guys says that we want to prepare students for a world that is yet to be created. Do you feel like this is preparing and supporting all students? Is this the world that we want to create? I hope that as you read each of one of these names, each of the 700 names, you hear that each of one of us want to keep the YAO workers in here.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Odilia Gutierrez.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening.
Vengo aquí más que como un representante de DEMLAC en voz de los padres de familia que somos recién llegados a este país y que nos encontramos bendecidos de que nuestros hijos estén en este distrito.
So I am here not just as a member of the DEMLAC committee, but also as a parent of students who are recent arrivals, and we feel fortunate to be in this district.
Durante este año he visto que en las reuniones de DEMLAC nos han dado mucha información que es valiosa, útil para que nuestros hijos y nosotros podamos tener éxito en este distrito.
So this year I've seen that a lot of information has been shared during our DEMLAC meetings that has been very beneficial for us as parents, but also for our students as recent arrivals.
Sin embargo, he visto con tristeza que el aumento de la participación de los padres no se ha efectuado.
But unfortunately, I have sadly also seen that we have not increased membership in our committee. Parents have not participated more.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque hay posiciones dentro de las escuelas y también aquí en el distrito que tienen esa función de elevar esa participación de padres que se va a ver reflejada en un mejor rendimiento académico de nuestros estudiantes. En esta menciono los estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
And so I am here to speak about the positions here from the district and also at the school sites that are meant to facilitate and increase parent engagement.
Quiero que por favor se considere mantener las posiciones de líder de enlace familiares y enlace de participación de servicios educativos y que estos estén alineados a la descripción de su trabajo.
And so I am here to request that you keep the positions for the lead family engagement liaison and also the engagement liaison that works with student services, and that those roles really be aligned to their job descriptions.
Considero que si esas posiciones se mantienen de acuerdo a su descripción, tendremos mayor participación familiar, que en la primera reunión que tuvimos fue algo que el distrito busca para que puedan trabajar juntos y llegar a las metas que se tienen.
And I believe if you keep those positions and really implement the positions in the way that they're supposed to work, we will be able to increase family engagement here at the district and at the schools. And that was one of the goals that you all shared that you had for the district during our first DEMLAC meeting.
Les agradezco su atención y tiempo y su reconsideración de estas posiciones.
I appreciate your time and thank you for reconsidering these positions.
Gracias. That's the last public comment.
Okay, so we've come to the end of those public comments on both G9 and G8 and G9. So I just want to make sure any in the general comments, Stack was not hadn't mistakenly.
Was there
gotten-
anyone that filled out a general public comment slip that intended to speak on this item?
Okay.
If
But
could
can you
go
tell
up
me- yeah.
And say your name so that I could pull it out of this path. We're going to go to her and then to you, Miss Lambert. And okay.
Okay. If you'll just line up, if this you want to do that, so we'll know, and then you can tell us. If you can just line up here so that we're in line and ready to go.
So my name is Deanna Castro. And this is year 15 for me as a special education teacher. I'm here to speak on behalf of bilingual special ed families. Most of them cannot be here tonight because they have second jobs, young children at home, or elderly family members to care for. In the years that I've worked at Santa Barbara High School, I've never seen so many families come into our office, and it is because of our wonderful and amazing senior office assistant, Selena Silva. Families feel safe coming in because Selena is kind, patient, compassionate, knowledgeable, and follows through. Selena has created an office that welcomes families, and families feel comfortable participating in their child's IEP and are more active in their child's education. The following is a letter written by a student's uncle on behalf of his mother. I'm writing today to raise the concerns of various students' parents. These concerns are in regards of the proposed reductions in bilingual personnel in the Santa Barbara High School, where my nephew attends. My mother, Teresa Rodriguez, receives diligent assistance with school projects, including translating documents, translating homework assignments, and any other questions she may have. The teachers have been very helpful with my mom and nephew, and bilingual administrators and staff like Selena have been essential and at times very necessary with their children's education. I highly believe this would be a very negative impact to remove bilingual administrators and staff that assist parents like my mom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since I have, all right. Since I have two other nephews that will soon be attending Santa Barbara High School, we respectfully request that you reconsider any proposals for bilingual personnel reductions. It is through our experience that we know how important and critical they are for education of our children. Please know that I'm writing this letter for my mom. As I am bilingual, I have a good career. It is actually because of my mom's education, and because I had great teachers and great bilingual administrators and staff like Selene. I'd like to continue on that same idea and let you know that Selene actually simultaneously translates. Okay? She doesn't wait. She can translate the whole time. She can think and speak in two different languages at the same time. You guys are going to lose one of the most valuable translators we have. When we do IEPs, we have translators come in that are not Selene. We need two translators to do the job of Selene, and they take turns every 15 minutes switching off. It does interrupt the flow, it does extend the time, and that is hard because people who need to take time off work to come to these meetings have to take more time off in order to have the proper translation. I'd also like to honor Marina Gross. Marina Gross is an early childhood educator at Franklin, and next year would be Marina's 10th year for SBUSD. Marina has lots of passions and includes travel, experience with her children, scrapbooking, and of course her sweet shelter dog Sadie. As a teacher, Marina loves introducing young children to the experience of school, showing them school is fun. It's a creative space and a place to learn and play. And for the introduction of safe school, creative environment for the rest of the students' experience as students. Yeah. Marina, we will miss you. Children will miss you. This is a loss for our community, and the youngest people in our district will not be able to have preschool if we keep reducing the number of classes we offer.
Thank you.
hold this right here. Time right there. You need my
Welcome.
card?
I got your name.
Okay, perfect. So, in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, here are some things that have actually made me feel appreciated within the last week. Being called a goddess for creating a flyer for somebody. Fifth graders yelling "Giga Chad" enthusiastically while spotting me on and off campus. Watching them jam out while I play their birthday song for them on my saxophone. I'm not a music teacher. I'm a fifth grade general ed teacher. Receiving emails from these same 11-year-olds about their academic concerns and personal hardships. Talking with families that say thank you for checking in on their student who's been absent for 5-6 days in a row, and collaborating with my principal on how to facilitate a school-wide positive and productive climate and culture. I understand you want that same productive district-wide culture as well, but we don't feel appreciated when out of all the dates offered, you select fact-finding hearing day for June 12th, the same day we have graduations where we're supposed to be present with our students. We don't feel appreciation when music education programs get cut, when the adults that support us in supporting kids have their jobs cut, and when hollow words are thrown out on camera with no appropriate action to follow. So people who are committed to being good people want to know about the hurtful things they do so they can make amends and avoid them. If you truly value students, consider the intent and impact of your actions on them. If you value actually making Santa Barbara unified, consider taking actions that are centered around collaboration, not conformity, justice and equity, not corruption.
Thank you. If you could say your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Karen McBride. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sitting here listening to everybody, and I have a thought, and I think it's about time. I've been in this district for 29 years as a classroom teacher, as a paraeducator, and as the president of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association. And in those 29 years, I have rarely seen, with all due respect, district leaders, including board members and district level administrators, come into a classroom and actually stay and visit and see what we do, see what the children are experiencing, see what the teachers are doing, what the school psychs are doing who are coming into the room, what the counselors are doing in their offices and all over campus, what the paraeducators are doing. I don't think you really see and know what happens on a minute-to-minute, day-to-day basis in the lives of these people. So here's an idea, and I'm not being facetious, I'm not being tongue-in-cheek. Put on your comfy clothes, put on your tennis shoes, come to a school site and shadow these people whose lives we are talking about. And shadow a student who is benefiting from the experiences of these people. Shadow one of the employees. If you release these people from their jobs tonight, you will then have a basis to go back to those campuses next year and see the impact that the loss of these people have with your own eyes, because that is what is missing. I've had district folks come to my door and stand there for 10 seconds and then walk away. That is not experiential learning.
Thank you.
Come do it now.
Thank you.
It's Erin Cavazos. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Good evening, board members. I'm sorry to have to be here yet again. As today's Teacher Appreciation Day, we've heard that the appreciation we feel is really in our classroom, but as soon as we leave, it kind of has been shedding off this week, and we don't really feel it because, again, here we are today. If our district really did appreciate and support its students, it would not be cutting most of these positions that were riffed in March, although I think my calculations was about 54% might be rescinded. Is that roughly the right? So that's a weird thing, math again for you guys. Anyway, if you need to cut jobs created by COVID money, we all have some more appropriate suggestions, as you've heard over the months that we've been coming up, is positions created actually with COVID funds, many that are not on this list. And I hate to say it, feel that we're setting our children up, our district up, our community up for something terrible to happen if we're removing all these ETS support staff, our counselors, our security staff, and now with this music program thing, what on earth? Like this is all this netting that we're supposed to catch and lift all our children with, you're cutting it away. Right? I don't get it. Tomorrow I'm taking my preschool class to the zoo. This is a fun trip, but it's very stressful for me, to be honest. I'm going to be counting a lot of heads. I'm not going to ask you for a consultant to help me with my job. I'm going to count over and over and over again those kiddos, and I promise to bring them all home because I know if I don't, you might have some questions and try and hold me accountable for that. So I'm going to do my job and have fun at the zoo. Thank you.
Hi.
Alpha Ramirez. Good evening, board members. I'm here once again to impart on you the important role of school counselors on our campuses. We are not just beneficial, we are crucial. Imagine a ship navigating treacherous waters without a compass. School life can often feel like that to students, especially in today's complex world. As school counselors, we serve as beacons of light, providing direction and clarity amidst the storm. We are listeners, empathizers, and problem solvers, offering safe harbor for students facing academic, emotional, and social challenges. Just today, I was doing that along with my colleagues. From navigating the turbulent seas of adolescence to charting the course towards higher education and career path, counselors are guiding scholars towards success. We foster inclusivity, advocate for equity, and champion mental health awareness. In times of crisis, our colleagues rely on us. Without school counselors, the educational landscape would be incomplete, like a puzzle missing a vital piece. So I know I have spoken to several of my colleagues who receive their notices and it impacts our morale as a group because we're not just counselors, we're mentors, advocates, and guardians of students' well-being. Their impact resonates far beyond their offices, shaping the future and empowering the minds of tomorrow. So as we thank teachers this week, let's also celebrate and recognize the invaluable contributions of school counselors and all of our employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking of raises, percentage raises across the board also give a significantly larger raise to administrators who are at the top of the pay scale. The district proposed a 9% raise. For a first-year teacher going into their second year, that would give them an additional $455 per month before taxes. However, the Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services would see an additional $2,160 per month. The COO, created during COVID, would see $2,055 per month. Executive level positions have salaries that are already competitive, so there is no need to extend a large raise to the salaries at the top. This year's annual payroll for district executive cabinet tops $2 million for 8 people. The executive directors directly underneath the executive cabinet earned another $2.1 million this year, and that is without adding in the cost of benefits. A 9% raise for these executives and directors would total up to $370,000, enough to save the jobs of 5 counselors or 8 bilingual curriculum specialists that help support our newcomer and special education students. In other news, there will be a fundraiser for SBTA as we prepare for a possible strike. Please attend Sunday, May 19th from 2 to 5 p.m. at Casa de la Raza. There'll be loteria. Bring your friends and your family. $20 at the door, snacks and drinks for sale. Thank you, community, for your past and continued support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brandon Marquez, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the music classes and programs that are apparently set to be removed. And first off, I just want to say, you know how much that upsets me? Really? Like, I don't know if you guys knew this, but like, for years, I'd never had nothing to look forward to until I start to, I can't even speak. But I want to say once I started high school, like sophomore, that's when I started looking into something like music, because it was during COVID, and I had really nothing to look forward to, and music just suddenly randomly came to me. And then a few years later come by, and I meet this wonderful teacher back here, Mr. Ravelli, who to me now is like a mentor to me, and he's probably now like my favorite person ever of all time. Basically, what I'm saying is that you really should reconsider about these classes and programs, because I bet every other kid that's out there are probably thinking the same, because they want to do something that they're so passionate about. I mean, back then I really had nothing to care about, but that's beside the point. But my point is, sorry, I have goosebumps, just please for the love of God, because if you had done this years ago, and I would not have known what to do. For the sake of it, I'm sorry, I just have goosebumps. I'm really just telling you to not do this. Because really, it's bad for me and for others, and for my mentor as well. At this point, he really just means something to me. He probably taught me more than anyone ever had, even if I'm not the best at it. But you know what? I don't care. Because as long as I have a mentor to help me,
Thank you.
even if I'm not a student anymore, that's all that matters.
Thank you.
I love him, I care him, everything. Oh, and just so you
Thank you.
know, and just so you know, one little quick comment. Just so you guys know, for every teacher, student, whatever that's waiting out there, just so you guys know, they're the reasons why you guys are still in business today.
Thank you.
End of story.
Thank you.
you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Carvajal
Good evening. My name is Maria Carvajal,
y estoy aquí en apoyo de Selene Silva.
and I am here to support Selene Silva.
Gracias a ella y al apoyo que me ha dado esa persona, la verdad todo el tiempo que llevo conociendo a Selene Silva es una gran persona, una gran intérprete. En 12 años que llevo con juntas de AIP, ha sido la mejor intérprete que he tenido, bueno, sin excepción a Sofía Rubalcaba.
So I've been working with Selene at the high school, and in my 12 years that I've had in special education, she's been one of the best interpreters that I have worked with.
Mas, sin embargo, no puedo decir lo mismo del personal que manda al distrito escolar cuando son dos intérpretes. O sea, prácticamente Selene hace el trabajo de dos personas y en el mismo tiempo, sin pausas, y no se me hace justo que la quieran destituir de su puesto.
And so basically, Selene does the job of two people. When she interprets simultaneously, she doesn't pause, and she does a really good job. And I think it's really unfair that the district is going to lay her off.
Y más, sin embargo, me gustaría que consideraran, es una gran persona, es una gran madre, siempre está dispuesta a apoyar a la gente, a toda la gente que va dispuesta con ella, más sin en cambio no puedo decir lo mismo del ayudante familiar que está en esa escuela en Santa Bárbara High School. Y más sin en cambio Selene siempre está dispuesta a ayudar, dedica un poco de su tiempo, deja de hacer su trabajo por ayudar a los padres.
And Selene is a great person. She's always willing to help and always goes above and beyond. She is also a mother. I can't say the same thing about other staff members, but she's always willing to help and goes above and beyond to help us.
Y la verdad, yo mucho tiempo me estuve quejando con el distrito escolar acerca de las intérpretes que me mandaban. Y más sin en cambio, yo siempre hablaba aquí presente con Sofía Rubalcaba que si me podían mandar a ella. Y más sin en cambio, durante la primaria que estuve con mis hijos, sí me la mandaban a ella. Después, en el transcurso que llegó mi hijo a 6º grado, ya tuve problemas y ya no me la quisieron mandar por X razón.
And so I would always have issues with some of the other interpreters that the district would send. And so I started requesting Sofía Rubalcaba, which is myself, and elementary school. But then after, like in 6th grade, they stopped allowing her to go interpret to all of my meetings.
Y la verdad se me hace injusto que el distrito destituya a una persona que está dispuesta a ayudar, a apoyar, cuando hay otra persona más sin en cambio que está haciendo ella el trabajo de dos personas a la vez. Yo no entenderé, no hablaré el inglés, pero sí entiendo todo lo que me están diciendo. Y prácticamente el personal que mandan aquí del distrito para traducir, traducen a medias. Únicamente, yo prácticamente sí se lo dije a la escuela primaria que era un complot prácticamente.
And so I think it's really unfair that you all will be laying off Selene because she does a great job and she's a really good person. And on the other hand, some of the other people that are are sent to interpret don't do a good job and don't interpret the whole thing.
Más sin en cambio, el tiempo que me tradució durante la primaria, Sofía Rubalcaba, una excelente persona, me traducía lo que yo le decía, y más sin en cambio, el personal que ya me mandaban, lo que fue quinto y sexto grado, me traducía a medias. Entonces yo prácticamente no firmaba los IPs porque no estaba de acuerdo. Y más sin en cambio, con Selene, los 5 años que llevo conociéndola en Santa Bárbara High School, ha sido una gran persona, una gran intérprete, tiene su tiempo para las preguntas después de la junta. El equipo de la junta está dispuesto a escuchar.
And so whenever I have a good interpreter, I understand everything that's going on. And then once I started encountering interpreters or bilingual staff members that were not able to interpret everything, I had a lot of questions and concerns, so I would not sign the documents. And that happened like in 5th and 6th grade. But with Selene, she interprets everything, I understand everything, and I've been working with her for 5 years.
Y yo no puedo decir, no soy una madre ausente, pero varios mensajes que llegan del distrito que dice, o sea, la superintendente Hilda Maldonado, que están dispuestos a ayudar a los padres, y más sin en cambio yo no miro eso, porque cuando uno se quiere acercar al distrito no ayudan.
And so whenever I receive the messages from the superintendent, Dr. Hilda Maldonado, that say that, we're here to support and help, I don't see that. Because in the time that I've been here, I feel like when we come and speak, we don't receive the support that we're asking for.
Gracias.
I just want to check, are we on G8 or G9?
For both.
For both?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you could just state your name, please.
Okay. My name is Phoenix, and I work in the ETS department. Cutting the director of ETS position would be a significant step backward in technology innovation for our district, particularly considering just 2 years ago the district actively sought to fill this very role, a role which has been instrumental to the district's success with EdTech initiatives for nearly 10 years. What has changed so drastically in the past 2 years that this position no longer needs to exist? Who proposed this position be cut? This position, which is one of 2 management positions to be eliminated tonight. What would it take for this cut to be rescinded like the Director of Community Partnerships position was, a management role which was created in the last year? This is a puzzling decision because the last district newsletter just highlighted the Director of ETS's work on April 19th. The newsletter specifically mentions ETS's diligent work in collecting over 1,000 non-viable student devices, resulting in approximately $160,000 in savings. This innovative buyback program was implemented by our director. Again, I ask, why are we cutting a position that pays for itself? Losing this position would create another situation like the one in 2022. During the mass exodus of institutional management, ETS lost their second director in 2 years. There was an extended period of time where ETS had no leadership. ETS became purely reactionary and had no direction. There was no organization. Morale was at an all-time low and the future seemed bleak. With our current leadership, morale is at an all-time high and projects are flourishing. We don't have to look far for inspiration. Districts with similar student enrollments like Santa Maria Bonita, Oxnard Union, Norwalk, La Mirada, and Conejo Valley all embrace a dual leadership model. This collaborative approach, as recommended by the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team, aka FICMAT, allows them to effectively blend strategic vision and operational expertise. The FICMAT recommendation for the dual leadership organization was at a time when ETS had 3,500 support tickets a year. That is now the amount of support tickets in a month. ETS handles 25,000 support tickets a year with a satisfaction rating of 98%, the highest it's ever been. By retaining the director of ETS, we ensure a future where technology continues to empower our students and teachers. I urge you to reconsider cutting the director of ETS position. Thank you and happy Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you. Folks, if we can please try and respect the 90 seconds as much as we can. If you could say your name, please.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Gina Pierce, and I serve as the Secondary Technology Integration Support Specialist here at SB Unified. This year marks my 25th year as an educator in this district and my 13th year within ETS, where I've been providing instructional technology support since the EdTech component of our department came into existence in 2012. I'm here to speak to the administration's current plan to eliminate the crucial role of Director of Technology currently held by Rob Cooper. In 2012, this board recognized the critical need for robust leadership in educational technology, acting on recommendations from the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, aka FICMAT, to establish both a Chief Technology Officer and a Director of Educational Technology Services. This strategic decision was instrumental in structuring a department that has since delivered considerable advancements in technology, access, and infrastructure crucial for our students' success. It is important to remind ourselves that integrity and efficiency of our technology systems directly supported our appeal to taxpayers for approval of bond measures aimed at ensuring equitable technology access for all students. These measures not only passed, but did so with the understanding that there would be sustained leadership and oversight by competent and dedicated individuals in key positions such as the Director of Educational Technology Services.
Thank you. Amy McMillan?
Yeah. Hello. I'm Amy McMillan. I am also a 25-year employee of Santa Barbara Unified. I'm currently the teacher librarian at San Marcos High School, and I worked for 3 years with ETS. I'll be continuing Gina's speech. Choosing now to eliminate the Director of Technology not only contradicts the commitment we made to our taxpayers, but also jeopardizes the trust and financial support that we have worked so hard to build within our community. Such a decision seems both irresponsible and incredibly short-sighted, considering the fact that we have invested millions of dollars into the Tech Equity Program. It threatens the feasibility of future bond measures, which are crucial for ongoing and improvement projects across our district. Perhaps more importantly, the safety of our students is deeply intertwined with our technological infrastructure, which supports essential systems such as phones and alarms. Without the leadership provided by a director, our ability to maintain and manage these systems effectively is at significant risk. It is important to note that ETS has already identified funding within its budget to fund this position without additional financial burden to the district. All that is required is board approval to allocate these funds appropriately. I strongly urge the board to consider the long-term impacts of this decision critically. Maintaining the director of ETS is not just a matter of fulfilling a role. It is about upholding our district's safety, trust, and commitments to our students, staff, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. If you could just say your name.
Theo Gillespie.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Theo. I wouldn't be playing. I've been playing my trumpet for 5 years, and I wouldn't be playing that if it wasn't for these programs in high school, in junior high and elementary schools. If you take away music, you're taking away dreams. You're taking away places for these ideas and goals to form, and you're. Why? Like, without dreams, people sink. And I think you can do so much. You have so much power, and to just take that away from kids is cruel. And not only that, it's effectively whitening these spaces. Most people don't have hundreds to thousands of dollars to spend on instruments and lessons and places to play, and for schools to provide that is just it's so beautiful. And like, creativity doesn't start at 18. It starts forever. You're taking away dreams, you're taking away music, and when you take away music, you're taking away musicians. Dreams give power, they give purpose, and without that, you don't have people. You don't have it. And I think you can do so much.
Thank you. Folks, if you're here to talk about arts and music, we're holding that until later. This is for the reduction in force.
Hi.
Welcome. If you could say your name.
My name is Alina Stump.
Thank you.
I'm a freshman at Santa Barbara High School, and I'm very upset. I'm very sad. I am angry. I just am not sure in how many ways or how many languages, like how many statistics and how many stories you guys need to hear in order to get the message that everyone here in this room and everyone in this town is trying to tell you. Like, we need more support, and we do not need to be cutting off more people. And I would also like to mention that the best teachers are those who can have a personal connection with the students and who can connect with them on a personal level and get to know them so that they build trust. And when you guys are keeping your positions and your pay constant and your treatment constant, but taking away from this community of people that have less power than you, that is distancing yourself and breaking the trust between the teachers and the students and you guys. And that's not a good relationship. That won't build a good relationship, you know. And these teachers deserve better. You know, in like ancient China, teachers were praised, and that was the biggest position, the best position you could have. But now it's like, oh, you're a teacher, like you don't have any power, you don't have any respect, and it's not something. That's not how it should be. But they should deserve to have respect and rights and equal treatment and equal pay. And that's not what I'm feeling, and it's not what I'm getting. And all of these teachers are coming together and trying to tell you. And I don't know what else we can do to tell you, but these are real people, and we are all the same. And I know everyone's actions and intentions are everyone's intentions. I know your guys' intentions are true, and with your good intention, but the actions are not coming off as that.
Thank you. Can we put 3 minutes?
I'm going to say hello first in English, but I'm going to switch to Spanish. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here and the opportunity to be listened. And I'm speaking as a concerned mom, okay? Mi hijo es autista y es un estudiante emergente multilingüe.
My son has autism and is also an emergent multilingual student.
¿Qué oportunidades tiene de graduarse de una universidad cuando el distrito escolar donde inicia su educación no parece unificado?
What opportunities will he actually have in graduating from the university when the district that he's starting his education in doesn't seem to be unified?
Yo quiero agradecer a la doctora Hilda Maldonado por la experiencia en CABE. Fue maravillosa. Atendí a una conferencia que dice Understanding the Multilingual Student's Mind and How It Navigates Learning.
I want to give thanks to Dr. Hilda Maldonado for allowing me the experience to go to CABE. It was wonderful. I attended a conference and a workshop that's titled Understanding the Multilingual Student's Mind and How It Navigates Learning.
Fue una experiencia maravillosa y me motivó muchísimo a comprometerme más con mi escuela y con todos aquellos padres cuyos hijos hablan otro lenguaje que no es inglés.
It was a wonderful experience, a beautiful experience that allowed me and motivated me so much to be more committed with my school and all of the other parents whose students also don't speak English and who speak another language other than English.
Otra vez gracias por la experiencia, pero ciertamente no entiendo cómo el cortar posiciones, que son el apoyo principal para comunicarse con estudiantes que hablan diferente lenguaje, ayudará a su educación.
So once again, thank you for allowing me to have that experience. But I also honestly don't understand how cutting positions that are the main support for these students to be able to communicate and who speak a different language, how is that going to help in their education?
Tampoco el cómo cortar posiciones de la unidad de participación familiar podrá ayudar a nuestros estudiantes que actualmente están en números rojos de acuerdo con California Dashboard.
I also don't understand how cutting the positions of the multilingual or parent engagement liaisons is going to help our students who are currently in the red according to the California Dashboard.
Además, tristemente, muchas de estas posiciones que están cortando son los únicos adultos seguros que muchos niños provenientes de familias con problemas como pobreza, violencia, negligencia y problemas de salud mental tienen en sus familias. Por favor, pongan esto en consideración.
Also, sadly, a lot of these positions that you are cutting are the only trusted adults for a lot of children that come from families that are experiencing problems with poverty, violence, negligence, and mental health problems. So please take this into account.
Creo con todo mi corazón en las instituciones, que la educación te lleva a cumplir tus sueños y a vivir una vida que sea digna.
And I believe with all my heart that the institutions and that education can take you to realize your dreams and be able to live a life full of dignity.
Por favor, enseñen a nuestros hijos que laborar en la educación puede ser un sueño que pague por condiciones de vida con dignidad.
Please show our students that working in education can actually be a dream come true that can pay a living wage.
Agradezco su tiempo, su apertura y su trabajo. Creo que es mucho más lo que tenemos en común en esta junta que lo que nos pueda dividir. No pregonemos, nuestros hijos nos están mirando.
And I really appreciate your time, your openness, and your work. I believe that what joins us together and what we have in common is much greater than what can divide us. So please, let's not bicker in this way. Our kids are watching.
Gracias. Welcome. You could say your name.
Lauren Folletti.
Thank you.
I would like to start out with a question. What are teachers, staff, and administrators going to do when classes start to become unmanageable as you cut the arts, paraprofessionals, and all the necessary support staff? All the students have noticed this change over the year in our classes. These classes no longer have the time for one teacher or paraprofessional to give each growing individual the necessary time they need. What will we do, the students, as next year our classes change? We don't get the attention we need. When each student starts to not feel valued because how could we when our teachers struggle to manage the tens of students with all the different needs? And what will happen then? Dissatisfied students will happen. Students who don't have a place to fit in, who don't have places like theater, choir, band, and art classes, who don't have teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff they love and depend upon. What will they do? Well, in my experience, they stop coming. And who will this affect? All of us. This will be the district's fault. Their issue that the students, teachers, and staff quickly dwindling support staff will have to carry. We see the problems and pain and the inhumanity you all have caused, and we aren't going to let this happen. We will continue to speak out, protest, and make the district realize its mistakes. Your choices will affect everyone, including you, and we need to speak out and stand together like we are today, demanding a change to keep the arts, to pay our teachers enough that they don't have to worry about if they can live in the same town they teach, or if they can support their families, and keep the wonderful support staff who keep our classes going.
Thank you. Welcome. You can say your name.
Angel Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Angel Rodriguez, and I'm a senior at Santa Barbara High School. I recently conducted a survey where teens in the community shared their experiences with the performing arts, and really all the people had to say was how life-altering and rewarding the arts are. There were lots of mentions of having a safe place at school, not having to worry about paying for music tutors because it's offered at school, and being able to release the everyday stressors of being a teen in today's society. I've had the opportunity of being in music programs since 4th grade, and I cannot find the right words to describe its impacts on my life. I have found community, motivation, support, and ultimately a family with the music department. I know that I'm not just speaking for myself when I say that the arts are important. I've seen so much growth happen in all of the arts departments, and that literally would not be possible without our teachers. The teachers at our middle schools are able to provide a foundation for our programs at the high school level. Please consider paying our teachers a fair wage and advocating for our performing arts programs. Our teachers and students deserve more advocacy and recognition than y'all are willing to give them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Is the mic on?
Oh, is it on? Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Perfect. I wanted to say good evening to everybody. My name is Janet Munoz Emery, and tonight I wanted to implore you to please reconsider cutting the arts at Santa Barbara Junior High School, and please reconsider our current teachers' wages and the importance of the arts. Let me share a little bit about myself, about my past, my present, and my future. I am a first-generation immigrant. When I was a teen, when I was a teen, my life was less than ideal. I desperately needed somewhere to belong, somewhere safe. I was lucky to have found the marching band program at Santa Barbara High School. Under the guidance of Mr. Ike Jenkins, I learned so much, from discipline to pride, representing Santa Barbara High at many competitions and several local parades. Fast forward to my present. Currently, I am a parent of a child who was also influenced by my love for music and the marching band program, that she is herself a musician currently. I also am fortunate to have the availability to be a band booster parent, and I can tell you that there are still several kids, such as myself, that need a safe place to be away from home because their home life is not ideal. These kids look forward to their time together. In a world where we could be losing them to electronic devices, these kids love to play music, always dreaming of music. Presently, their numbers are dwindling. While in my booster activities, I hear comments from the community such as, "What happened to the band?" This is what happened to the band. I want you to please reconsider these programs. They're heavily important, and
Thank
you're
you.
impacting these lives.
Thank you. A reminder that we're focused on the reduction in force. Miss, is your comment about the reduction in force?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay.
The reduction in the arts force.
We don't have any arts positions that are in the reduction in force, so that'll be general public comment.
So I've been here for 3 hours waiting to speak, and my son is here, and I would really just appreciate the minute and a half to speak right now.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm here today as a proud Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara High School alum, a mom of a Santa Barbara Unified students, and a local teacher. 2 years ago, I was here at a board meeting proudly watching my son play his baritone saxophone for you. Today, I'm devastated to have to be here speaking in strong opposition to the unjust, inequitable, and shocking proposed cut to the Santa Barbara Junior High instrumental, stagecraft, and vocal music programs, the very same programs you were highlighting here 2 years ago. The proposed cuts would be a tragedy for our community and for the students that will be denied access to musical education and stagecraft next year at Santa Barbara Junior High. For my son, who is here with me again tonight, music is his home. My husband and I would never have known the importance of music for him without the Santa Barbara Unified School District music program, as enrolling him in music lessons would not have been something we could afford to do when he was younger. He was lucky enough to have music at Monroe with Miss Caruso to get him started and give him confidence to develop his passion. He then went to Santa Barbara Junior High and was lucky enough to have Mr. Larson and Mr. Lashua continue his music program and expose him to theater. And now he is lucky enough to be in the music program at Santa Barbara High School with Mr. Ravelli and is in marching band, jazz band, and concert band. Without music in the school, my son and all of his friends would be lost. Music is his creative outlet, it's his social emotional support, it's his motivator in academics, it's his safe place, and it's his family. The fact that our district creates such a positive environment for musicians and performing arts is something that the board should be proud of and protecting, not dismantling.
Thank you.
My daughter is a 6th grader at Monroe, and she'll be starting at Santa Barbara Junior High next year. She's devastated to hear of the cuts to the choir and stagecraft programs. She's been waiting to enroll in these since she saw her brother proudly participating 2 years ago. She feels confused. She feels like her school district doesn't care about her. She feels unimportant. She feels scared to start at a new school without the safe place she's grown to love.
Thank you for your public comment.
We're being told that these programs are being cut because they're under-enrolled. What about the students who are enrolled in them? What are the systems in place to prevent students from taking these performing arts electives during the day? Why are these safe places being cut? Why are certain schools being over-enrolled while other schools are receiving cuts? Why are we making cuts that directly affect the students? I'm here to strongly hope that you'll reconsider cutting these programs that are vital to our community and so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Is this about the reduction in force?
Mhm.
Yeah, welcome. Can you say your name real quick?
Rocio Vejar.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rocio Vejar Montor, and I'm an avid sophomore at SPHS. Avid to me has been a resource as well as many other things that I am privileged to have. Fortunately, thanks to Avid, I'm at a point in which I feel supported. I have resources that Avid provides in which I, along with other people, benefit from. The different feelings Avid brings can start with how students feel about the core curriculum part of it and extend all the way to how students, Avid staff, and class can bring the sense of family some don't have at home. Avid counselors and teachers get to know their student on a whole different level. They're with their students for 4 years. Not only that, but they're the ones who prepare the said students to go off and pursue their dreams. I myself have had my counselor for the past 2 years. Because he's a more recent ad, he has been pink slipped by you, the district. Now, with your proposals, I'm supposed to not only get used to, but trust a stranger to help me make and follow through with my decisions that will impact my future? Right. Okay, fine. So what about those after me? Avid is a program for first-gen students who already face troubles applying to colleges, and you're going to make it harder from the start? You're setting up the younger ones for failure. Life is getting harder and harder. Students need support. Cutting them is not the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Can we put 3 minutes on the clock? Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo.
Good evening, board members.
Mi nombre es Socorro Ramírez,
My name is Socorro Ramirez,
madre de un estudiante en Dos Pueblos High School.
and I am the mother of a student at Dos Pueblos High School.
Hoy me presento delante de ustedes para expresar lo importante que es la unidad de participación familiar al nivel distrito.
I am here this evening before you to express how important the Family Engagement Unit is at the district.
Algunos de ustedes tal vez recuerden años atrás cuando existía una verdadera unidad de participación familiar y que para nosotros los padres y comité de EMLAC y DEMLAC, esta unidad era una verdadera unidad de enlace familiar.
Some of you might remember years ago when there was a true family engagement unit that really helped families, and for us as parents and for the MLAC and DEMLAC committee, that unity that those team members had was a real unity.
Y que para nosotros los padres eran como porristas y mentores, y todos conocían esta unidad.
And so for us as parents, this unit were like our cheerleaders, our mentors, and we all knew the members of this unit.
Ahora que ya no existe estos enlaces familiares en el distrito que trabajan en equipo con sus supervisores,
And so now at the district, that unit no longer exists. The current positions do not work as a team. They're not allowed to work as a team with their supervisors.
si ven que la participación de padres ha disminuido, probablemente es por falta de un equipo unido al nivel del distrito como el que existía antes.
So if you see that there's been a reduced number of parents that actually participate, it's probably because we're lacking a team that is united at the district level like there used to be.
Por favor, les pido que reconsideren ciertos puestos de personas en este departamento que están siendo removidos.
So I ask you to please reconsider the cuts that you're making to this department and the positions that you are eliminating.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Maldonado. Mi nombre es Marina Zárate, soy madre de un estudiante en el 11º grado y madre de 3 estudiantes graduados de este distrito en 3 diferentes universidades de California.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Maldonado. I am a mother of a 11th grader, And I am also a mother of 3 students that graduated from this district and are now at universities.
Normalmente yo vengo aquí toda entusiasmada, llena de agradecimiento por cambios y metas que se han logrado con nuestros estudiantes, pero eso no ha sido el caso este último año.
I usually come here, and when I come here, it's to express enthusiasm and appreciation for all of the changes and all of the goals that have been achieved by our students. But that is not the reason why I am here, and that hasn't been the case this last year.
Al deshacerse de todos los empleados y maestros que han servido a nuestros estudiantes por años en las buenas y especialmente en las malas, solo es indicación de una falta de compromiso y respeto de ustedes hacia nuestros estudiantes.
Getting rid of a lot of staff members who have been with us during the good times and especially during the bad ones is not only an indication of a lack of commitment on your part, but it's also disrespectful towards our students.
Los recortes no se muestran en los puestos administrativos que ganan sumas exageradas en comparación con todos los empleados que están siendo despedidos.
The cuts are not being reflected in the positions of administrators that make a lot of money in comparison to all of the other employees.
Nuestra unidad de participación familiar ha sido desmantelada este año, terminando con el despido de Peggy Ochoa y Yanina Martínez, del cual solo me enteré el viernes pasado.
So our family engagement unit has been dismantled this year, and it ended here with the layoffs that were issued to Peggy Ochoa and Janina Martinez, and I just barely found out this past Friday.
Esto no lo anunciaron en las redes sociales del distrito, las cuales yo sigo.
This was not announced in the district's social media pages, which I follow.
Además de nuestros muchos otros puestos importantes que apoyan a nuestros estudiantes,
Besides a lot of other positions that are very important and that support our students.
estos últimos meses han sido como un mal divorcio.
These last few months have been like a horrible divorce.
Los maestros y el personal están en constante lucha con ustedes por sus derechos laborales.
The teachers and the staff members are constantly battling with all of you for their labor rights.
Mientras que los mediadores, abogados y personas ajenas al distrito están llevándose todos los fondos que el distrito no tiene.
While the mediators, the attorneys, and all of the people that are from outside of the district are taking all of the funding that the district supposedly doesn't have.
Al igual que un mal divorcio, los más perjudicados son los estudiantes, solo que en este caso están afectando a todos los empleados despedidos.
Just like in a bad divorce, the ones that end up being more damaged are the students. In this case, the ones that are also being affected are the employees that are being laid off.
Todas sus familias y de alguna manera ustedes están desintegrando a toda nuestra comunidad.
And their families are also being affected. And in a way, you all are disintegrating what is good about all of our community.
Por favor, reconsideren las decisiones tomadas. Los puestos a los que ustedes fueron elegidos son porque nosotros, la comunidad, confiamos en ustedes para mejorar la educación de nuestros estudiantes y el entorno laboral. Hoy puedo decir que les están fallando.
And so please reconsider the decisions that you all are making. The positions that you hold and that you were elected to are because our community trusted you and trusted that you would work towards improving education for our students and for our staff. Today, I can honestly say that you are not doing that.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo.
Good evening, board members.
Soy una madre de un estudiante de La Cumbre y San Marcos.
I am the mother of a student from La Cumbre and San Marcos.
Discúlpenme si se me hace un nudo en la garganta,
And excuse me if I choke up,
pero para nosotros estos puestos nos ayudan mucho. Por favor, queremos que consideren la posición de los consejeros.
but for us, these positions are so important. I want you to reconsider the positions of the counselors,
Los consejeros de carreras y los consejeros de AVED. Nuestra comunidad y estudiantes los necesitamos.
so the positions of the counselors that work with the careers and also the counselors from AVID. Our community and our students need them.
Es una gran ayuda para nosotros las posiciones de un enlace familiar.
And also for us as parents, the positions of family engagement liaisons are very important.
Y la posición de los que cuidan a los estudiantes.
And also the campus security positions are important.
Gracias a los maestros por su gran apoyo para nuestros estudiantes y los apreciamos mucho y valoramos mucho. Gracias a Miss Cantú,
I want to thank all the teachers,
a Miss Kelly,
Ms. Cantu, Ms. Kelly,
Cavazos,
Ms. Cavazos,
porque fueron unas grandes maestras para mis
because
estudiantes.
they were great teachers for my kids.
Y gracias a ellas, mis estudiantes están saliendo adelante.
And thanks to them, my students are being successful. And so I want to also thank all of the teachers for all of your effort for our students. We really appreciate you and we value you.
Y quiero agradecer a la superintendente por ayudarnos a ir a los padres a CABE.
I also want to thank the superintendent for helping the parents attend the CABE conference.
Yo soy la madre que sufrió el derrame cerebral
And I am the mother that suffered a stroke.
y lo aprecio.
And so I appreciate the support.
Y gracias a todos los maestros.
And thank you to all of the teachers.
Thank you.
Gracias. Welcome. Can we-
I know this time limit is to be considerate of the time we speak so that everybody gets a fair turn. But I think the fairness they're looking for is much beyond the 90-second window to work harder than they already do unpaid on a Tuesday night. Unpaid isn't normal. What about any of this looks normal to you? Ignoring young and old, the generations of this district who all come to you with the same ask. Ignoring the educators, the people who give the privilege of the people who give you the privilege of sitting there up there like you do. As those same people have the decency and respect to peacefully protest and ask what they need at your feet when it's really the least any of you can do. Being a teacher is such a devotion, they don't have the time to work a second job to make the money you're depriving them of. And being a teacher is such a devotion and something that should be honored that they shouldn't even have to consider a second or third job to live in the same city that they serve in. While they're coming in early and staying late, grading papers on the weekends, you're at home, and the last thing you're thinking about is the work they're putting in to keep your district going. Furthermore, I know for a fact that your arts teachers, especially the performing arts like theater, choir, and band, spend even more off-contract time in rehearsals and performances. They don't have to do this, but they do because they understand how important and impactful the arts are on students. The arts were so much before maths and science. Performance was originally used as a way of teaching and communication for all those who speak different languages. The arts have been teaching and uniting people for centuries. I will never understand the lack of humanity that sits on this board. This room is the perfect example. These people behind me, holding up signs, trying every way of communication possible, literally spelling it out for you, and me and everyone else who stands up here on this podium, trying desperately to convince you to do the thing we all know is right. And all of us, standing below you, in our pitiful and futile efforts to salvage educated futures and current educator livelihoods. And all of you, unbothered, staring at that clock like it's the only thing in this room you understand. I'm asking you for once to look beyond the clock on the wall that silences us and ahead at the devoted staff of our district, to listen to the voices that pour themselves out to you, so the next time you look at that clock, it has no reason to tick. Don't thank me because this isn't for you. It's for them, and you clearly are not thankful for them.
Thank you for your public comment.
Mr. Claffey, are you here to speak on the RIFs?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Claffey.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to speak on the RIFs because they are the workers, the colleagues, the wonderful people who'll be leaving us are just the next up in a long line of people we've lost. So I have a eulogy to read for some of our lost teachers. And they are still alive and kicking and teaching in other districts. To the teacher who brought comfort to the room of crying students coping with the suicide of a classmate. To the teacher who lost their spouse and showed up for work bearing the grief. To the teacher who broke the news of a student's sudden death to a class of our most vulnerable students. To the teacher who brought energy, enthusiasm, encouragement to their students every day while suffering a debilitating health crisis. To the teachers who dropped books, supplies, food off at homes during the pandemic. We, the teachers left at Santa Barbara Unified, and the counselors, and the paraeducators, and the family liaisons. We are the bone weary, the committed, the fearless ones left. To those of you past and present, we honor you in this week of teacher appreciation. Stay strong, show up, never capitulate to those who want to strip the arts from our classrooms. We are SBTA and we are strong.
Thank you for your public comment. You could just state your name.
My name is Horace Afonis. I teach biology and chemistry at San Marcos High School. I am very lucky to be able to speak 2 languages fluently. I speak Spanish and English. So I'm able to teach my chemistry class, which has a number of EML students in English, and then I repeat the lesson in Spanish. Not all my colleagues have that, the benefit of that talent. I can't understand for the life of me why we would deprive those students with translation services that I couldn't do my job. If I wasn't able to speak Spanish, it would be nearly impossible. And we're taking those services away from our teachers that need those services and those students that need those services. So I urge you to reconsider and prioritize those positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes our speakers on G8 and 9. Okay. So board members, so Dr. Bethgale, so board members, I want to make sure you're doing self-care here so we can keep this going. Do what you need to take care of yourself. You want to take, okay. So board members, that's the end of those comments. So we can start to look at and discuss the information with regards to the RIFs that you displayed. Will it be on the board? Will it be on the screen here, or is it just based on?
Sandra can put it up there.
Okay. Thank you. So once that's up, we'll begin to kind of, board members start to formulate your questions. And while we're doing that, I just want to get some clarity too. I know there was some public comments that just trying to get clarity on it, because a lot was talking about cutting arts and music. Is that wasn't, I didn't see that on the information. Am I misunderstanding that? Or?
No, that is not a item on either of these, number 8 or 9. That's actually, there's a referencing to the master schedule at Santa Barbara Junior High.
Okay, so that's something that's being discussed at the site level. Is that something going to be coming to the board for a decision, or how just getting clarification, because there was a lot of that?
Yeah, no, that's something that Ed Services and the principal and their master schedule team will need to work on that particular issue. So in a nutshell.
Excuse me, just please, I just want to make sure that we can hear the speaker. Go ahead.
So we will need to look at elective offerings, because what's happened there in a nutshell is they have about 500 students. They're offering probably they'd have to offer something like 650 seats. And so there has to be a decision about what electives are being offered there. So they offer woodshop, art, Spanish, theater, there's music, there's AVID. And so we have to work with them on what offerings, because if you have that many seats that you're offering, the kids won't fit in them. So.
Well, no, this is not the time that I just want to get clarification. But thank you for that. But we need to, if we need to have time specifically to discuss that, so that everybody's getting their thought on that. But I was just confused as to that being confused with what we're looking at today. Okay. Okay. So board members, we are at this moment of discussion, clarification, and recommendations that's before us. So I'll start with whoever wants to start. Any questions? Dr. Beal.
I have a question. So there's been a lot that's been discussed at public comment. I don't know that it's clear that we issued these pink slips very early on. That was actually, I think, my second meeting, and I think I'm either on my 8th or 9th. And we have rescinded many of those, and some positions have actually, they have received notices and they are not being released from the district, but they are being placed in other positions that they're qualified for. So can you clarify how many people are actually not going to have a job at the end of this?
Sure, I did have a slide in my introduction, and we might want to pull that back up. I believe it was 11.
Okay, so to be very clear in my mind, and having gone through this list, this whole thing started with we needed to have positions changed because they were funded. I have been attending LCAT meetings, and we have chosen to rescind some of those because we can keep the positions under different funding. Is that correct?
Well, the rescinding, if you want to call it that, is, so we did college and career counselors, we reinstated those. Okay, that was 4 positions. The rescinding, most of the rescinding will happen after the board makes decisions.
Okay.
So people still have the precautionary layoff notice, but we have to wait until the board makes the decisions on these, and then my team can move forward and notice people appropriately.
Okay.
So what I'm showing you is, this is again classified, but what I'm showing you here is what we anticipate with what's being recommended to the board, what will be the fallout from these 125 precautionary notices that we issued in March.
Okay, so it seems that the majority of these people will remain within the district. Some positions, maybe half of them, 68 will keep their positions if we approve the plan that we are going to talk about tonight.
Yeah, rescinded means they'll stay in
their positions.
We gave them precautionary, but they're going to end
Okay.
up remaining in their position.
Okay.
Reduced means that there may be you'll see some on the list that a lot of these were site funded where the sites are funding an extra hour of an office assistant, and we contact every principal and find out what they're planning on doing for budget, and they may be reducing someone by an hour, so we have to issue a precautionary layoff, and then after this board meeting, we'll have to notice that person that there's a reduction of an hour. So that's that second to last category.
Okay, so from looking at that, now that I can look at it a little more closely, 68, if we vote on the plan that we're being presented tonight, will have their layoff rescinded, will stay in their position. 32 will stay in their position, will have slightly fewer hours. 14 will stay within the district, their position will need to change. They'll be offered something new that they're qualified for. Is that correct, if we continue with this?
They will be offered their previous position.
Okay.
In most cases, there are agreements and maybe future agreements with CSEA around a position we have a vacancy for and someone that is going to lose their job that could go into that.
Okay.
And maybe they've accepted that.
And then 11 people will have to be released. So a lot of these positions that people have spoken on their behalf are going to stay in their positions.
That's correct. And I can clarify too, because I was taking notes during public comment. And campus safety assistants, so there will be 2 at each junior high, so those will be rescinded. We do have them being reduced to 7 hours, and so all the campus safety will be 7 hours, but the staffing levels of campus safety at junior high and high school will remain the same. Where you see a reduction on the list, you'll see eliminate CSA, 8-hour position. That was a site funded that was extra above and beyond the regular staffing that we allocate, and the site has decided not to fund that. So CSAs are all coming back, and 2 at each junior high, which was a proposed, it was precautionary laid off those additional 1 CSAs at junior highs. So it's been decided to bring those back. The 3, and it's a little hard to tell, so I can understand the public comment. It's a little hard to tell on the list, but it's on the classified list. There are senior office assistants, and that's what was being referred to as the special education office schedulers. They interpreted IEPs. They're very valuable at the 3 high schools. There's 3 positions that we're proposing on here to rescind those layoffs. Okay. So those people would remain in their positions. We also, I wanted to comment, we do have, there's a reduction in the district FELs. There's 2. One of them's there's 3. One of them's vacant, and then the other 2, which will leave us 1 district level FEL to work on the DEMLAC initiatives and SEEK. But we do have a FEL liaisons at every single school and 2 at San Marcos. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Dr. Vecchio, could you please explain for those that don't know FEL?
FEL, sorry, yes, Family Engagement Liaisons. So we have those will remain at every school site. Again, 2 at San Marcos.
Thank you.
And then I think those were the ones that I wanted to address that may not have been found on the list. Also, counselors, that came up, and that's on item 8. Counselors, so what we did, as I said, we reinstated the college and career counselors, and what we were able to do with that is we contacted the CDE to make, or actually I'm not sure if it was the CDE or the federal program monitors, but we were able to use Title I funds to fund the college and career counselors. And the reason is they actually are providing what the state and federal government consider to be supplemental services, because they're not caseload counselors. And so those counselors provide a service to students, but those students that they provide a service to also have the basic service of caseload counseling in the regular staffing model for counseling. So we were able to reinstate those. What we also did with the caseload counselors is we went back to the regular staffing levels of counselors, and what we do is we allocate based on a caseload of between 325 and 375 students. And there were some extra staffing, there's some extra supplemental staffing for a couple of the schools. And then there's sites that have decided to buy up their counseling or buy an extra caseload counseling with site funds. So as we put all that together, we're now, myself and Ann Peak Lynn Sheffield and Ann Peak are looking at where we can, now we'll rescind those layoffs for those permanent counselors, and we also will be looking at the temporary counselors and placing them back into positions. And I know counseling came up, so I wanted to address that.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's just, as somebody mentioned, it's hard to just have it described and not know who those people are, so that really clarifies a lot of what was requested. So thank you very much for that clarification.
Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. Can you go over again what were the factors that you used to decide on which positions you were going to rescind and which positions you decided to either lessen the hours or eliminate the positions?
Yeah. If we could go back to that, there's a slide. And there's a couple different points on that slide. Essentially, much of what occurred in this process was, it's back a couple, I believe. Yeah. A lot of what occurred was the LCAP process, because what happened was we had staffing with one-time funds and had to figure out now, we can't keep it all. We cannot do it all. So what we had to do is figure out, do the precautionary layoffs, because we have a March 15th statutory deadline, then figure out what are we going to prioritize and move into either grant fund, gen fund, or LCAP, which is part of the gen fund. And so that process was mostly done through the LCAP process, where we had surveys and stakeholder meetings and meetings with the unions and those kind of things. Some of them were simply just one-time funded. We didn't really have much discussion about them because they were very much hired heavily for the reasons of COVID mitigation. I'll give you examples. A buyer. So we had to purchase a lot of PP&E during COVID. We did increase staffing in that and purchasing, and so we eliminated the buyer position. HR has a couple positions. The HR work increased significantly during COVID, but we see that subsiding quite a bit. And so those were decisions that were made strictly based on work load and not really having that one-time funds anymore. Then you go down and we did look at vacant positions and really analyzed that, because that means somebody's not losing their job. So we looked at those, and those are the factors that we used.
And I know we went over this, but just I think for clarity's sake, when a position gets eliminated and initiates that bumping process, it then has knock-on effects to other people. So when we hear folks saying they were noticed, but their position wasn't funded with one-time monies, can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. There's a couple things that took place. So as we have a new LCAP coming, there's positions funded in COVID dollars, one-time funds. There's positions funded in LCAP, and there's Gen Fund positions. But we don't know what's going to make it into the LCAP again. So some of those may have had to been precautionary layoff notices. We have the one-time fund positions that we need to eliminate, and then decide what's prioritized and back into the budget. And so that was mostly what those 125 notices, precautionary notices, were. What'll happen after tonight is we issue all the final notices depending on what the circumstance is.
And as a result, we have to overnotice because all of those unknowns,
sure. Well,
the LCAP,
yeah.
the one-time funds, what positions get bumped into where, which is why there was the 125 in March, correct?
That's correct. There was over noticing, and you'll see in the numbers that the positions that we were able to bring back or just reduce by a little bit, or those are all in that data slide that shows you what we believe the anticipated result's going to be.
Thank you. And for the G8, which is the certificated, those are the certificated positions. The positions themselves might be recommended for elimination, but those folks that are in those positions will not be separated. Is that correct?
That's correct. We do anticipate, though, in after-school early childhood, there's going to be some bumping there, and I believe that may result in 4 teachers.
Okay.
But the rest on this list would, on the certificated non-managed, or actually on this certificated item, would have positions somewhere. For
Okay.
example, if there's MTSS, the 2 MTSS positions, we would look for those to be placed at another vacant MTSS first, if they want to. They don't have to take it. But.
Thank you. You had mentioned again in your presentation, I'm just bringing this up because it's been a little while since we heard your presentation, but I think it's an important point to underscore. What sort of support are we able to provide for the folks that are affected by the reduction in force that are going to be separated? You mentioned a couple of items. Can you reiterate those?
Yeah, so what I had mentioned is that our staff has a plan to connect with each of those individuals. What we want to find out is, what's their desire moving forward? What type of work do they want to do? First of all, do we have anything for them that's vacant? So we want to find out if they're interested in our positions. But then also, what are they wanting to pursue? Because we have connections in different, it could be different district, it could be different agencies in town where they might be a good fit for something that a different agency is looking for. So we really want to talk to each individual to find out if we can help in any way get them a placement in some organization in our town.
In addition to that, are there mental health services and other sorts of supports that we can connect them with?
Yes, and we have a graphic that gives our employees all the options that they have. I don't have it on this presentation deck, but they are given that when we give notices.
So when your office reaches out to them one-on-one, can you please add to not only just finding out what they're interested in career-wise, but also what resources and supports do they have access to?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You spoke when Dr. Beal brought up, I forget what she asked about, but the college and career counselors came up. I think you mentioned Title I monies
Correct.
being associated with that. Can you explain what Title I monies are? Are there restrictions? Where does it come from?
Yeah, most basic way to explain it, Title I funds are federal dollars. They come to us, they do come to us with restrictions. I think the best way to describe it, though, is that those funds need to be providing some kind of supplemental service to students. You cannot supplant your regular services, right? So we would not be able to use Title I funds to increase our caseload counseling services. The reason is that that's a basic service that's supposed to be provided by the school. We can, however, provide a supplemental to that service, and so that's really essentially what the federal government's looking for, is that we're not supplanting our regular program with federal dollars.
Thank you. So I noticed on the classified list there was a recommendation to rescind the RIF notice for the Director of Community Partnerships. And can you tell us why and how we're going to fund that?
Yes. So that position, we were able to secure grant funding and private donation funding for that position. And so that's why it's showing up there as a rescind.
And so that grant funding / private donation funding, is that through next academic year?
That's my understanding. That I think it is half and half. So
Okay.
it's half grant, half private funding.
And were we?
Okay.
Okay.
So that position specifically is going to be funded next year with the California Community School Partnership Planning Grant. The majority of the money, which is a little less than $200,000, because we'll use some of that money for the meetings, which we've been doing this year, will cover it, as well as a remaining amount to make sure that we have it completely covered by private funding or nonprofit funding. The key to that is that's only a one-year position. So it's to make sure that, first off, that grant was created by the Department of Education alongside California Teachers Association to design schools to create like a well-rounded education similar to the Harlem Children's Zone, that type of structure. And so the goal is to make sure that we write for the implementation grant, which could be up to $5 million if we are able to choose the specific schools and follow through with that and make sure that we get it. So that's really the goal. So next year, making sure that we tie everything together in terms of all the partnerships, the schools and everything, and have that grant applied for. And so make sure we get that by the end of next year. So,
thank you. That's my questions for now. I might pop back in with a couple more.
Okay. Mr. Banning.
Just for some clarification on potential futures. If the board votes to approve these layoffs and the rescindances of them, and things get worse, we're looking at continued growth in the state budget shortfall of billions of dollars. Every day we're hearing more about that. But if we vote on these things tonight and approve them and things get worse, is there a way to expand them or bring back or make more? I don't think there is, right? I think once we do this, that's all there is, no matter what happens financially to the district.
Well, that's correct. We've planned, what we're giving you tonight as recommendations is the plan for the coming, well, both the LCAP and the district budget moving forward.
Right.
And so that has to be assessed, as we move forward next year, and you'll get first interim, second interim. We have to assess that. And if we are going to do additional staffing cuts, we have to do the same process. You have to do the March 15th.
Next year.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
So conversely, bear with me for just a minute. Conversely, if things happen that cause the outlook to be better for us next year, it's not waiting until the following year. We have the opportunity to rescind later or to reopen positions. And people that have lost hours or have been laid off have first rights to any openings that come back up. Correct?
That's correct. That is the board. We would bring back to the board reinstatement of positions, and each time that would happen, and actually with other vacant positions, we have to go to our reemployment list, and we have to work down that list to make sure that those individuals are offered first right of refusal to those positions.
Right. And the state won't have an approved budget for next year until June 30th, about the time we have to have one too. So our budget is based on best guesses of what happens with the state. So I think what I wanted to point out is that we're looking at an incredibly difficult thing, and the pain of doing this action on National Teacher Appreciation Day is not lost on any of us. The reality, however, is that as for the fiscal responsibilities that the school board has, we're making choices here that in one case, if things get worse, locks us into the choices that we've made for a year. And in another, if things get better, gives us the opportunity to say, boy, we were perhaps too conservative and we can fix this if they get better. And I'm not going to sit here and go down all the things that could change in the state budget or in our own budget or what the end of negotiations may yield. These are all things that play into it, and puts us in the difficult, painful process of having to say, yeah, we have to cut back a little bit. And before I wrap up, I just want to say there's another piece of appreciation, because the work that has gone on between the preliminary layoffs and the rescinding that you just did has been remarkable and careful and strategic to look at what we can bring back in this final time. So I want to say thank you for that, but also a recognition that this is an incredibly difficult process, and we won't know for sure what the ultimate difference is until things are settled, until there's a budget, until all those things happen. And we have to have some level of assurance that we're not doing something that will harm the district fiscally.
Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio. I have a question about the first is the youth outreach worker positions, because from what I understand, then we will have two going forward, correct?
That's my understanding, is there's two moving forward.
Okay, and on that, for the youth, outreach workers, I want to know how much, support and training there will be for them, to support them in their positions. And I, see Kenya coming up.
Perfect.
Yes. With the reduction of the positions, we're having to reimagine the work that they've done. We really value the ability for them not to be confined by caseloads and the way that counselors are and being able to outreach students. We really want to focus on mentorship. We did bring in for the youth outreach workers, National Compadres Network, training them in 2 different curricula around how do we run group with our students, La Cultura Cura, and then we also did a Joven Noble. which are national curriculum. We also build capacity in them and identifying what developmental relationships are. That work will continue. But reimagining the work with just two is really focusing on building a pool of mentors and events for our mentees and mentors.
Right, because I think, I want them to have enough support, and because, too, for the whole district, it sounds they'll be going to different schools, correct, depending on
The model
the
as
need.
it currently exists will not exist the same way. We'll have to reimagine that space. So we really are focusing on mentorship.
Okay, and then I'd want, training for them with other school districts that also have similar positions. What are they doing so that we could learn from them?
Yeah, we actually invited our surrounding districts to be a part of the trainings we held here. So we had some from Carpinteria as well as throughout the county that came and was a part of our National Compadres Network training, as with some of our counselors and administrators as well.
Okay, yeah, and if we could also look statewide as to school districts, what they're doing. One of the concerns too is with, if they see youth that have more severe mental health needs and such, for them to be able to connect them with social workers, with clinicians, to assist with that and support the parents and the student. Just very concerned about like the mental health issues and just the support that they're going to see. I want the students to know that they have folks available to them, just because they're, I'm concerned about the cut.
Yeah, so
in
the
that
youth
area.
Yes, the youth outreach workers actually work as a wraparound support with our family engagement liaison and our mental health clinicians. So we actually meet quarterly so that they can actually talk about families they have in common, but they connect every day on the school site. So they don't work in isolation, they do work as a wraparound team.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My other question has to do with the with special ed. The cut, in terms of, I understand we've had 4, and I forget the name of the position. Pardon?
Program facilitators.
Yeah, program facilitators. So I was hearing, a lot of concern about losing one person, and the impact on parents and the IEPs and the students.
Yeah, absolutely. So a loss is a loss, so a program facilitator would definitely be a loss. We've talked about how do we build capacity in our site admin, our department chairs, the case managers, really calibrating the services and supports, giving folks an opportunity to learn outside of the school day, in our pre-days before we come back to work, really talking about quality IEPs, ensuring that our psychologists, our behavior specialists, and everyone are being trained up so that they can support. We also put in place this past year, under the leadership of a director, Carla Curry, Dr. Curry, a paraeducator and our program facilitators, a paraeducator boot camp, and bringing them back a day early. They really appreciated the opportunity to build capacity when we start talking about behaviors. How do we ensure that they can support within the classroom so that teaching and learning does happen? We've looked at how do we adjust should the program facilitator position be approved for layoff.
That position, I would venture to say, is there any way to fund at least half time of that position or such? That would be one thought that I have in terms of special ed and our students that are vulnerable.
Absolutely.
Mr. Escobedo.
I'm going to follow up on that. What are our options? Is it an option to... We have the May 15th deadline that we have to meet. We're not going to solve how to fund something like the program facilitator in this meeting. Would one path be you approve the elimination and direct staff to attempt to find some sort of funding? Or
I would have to yield, so that's not
I can address that. So, yeah. So if you approve a reduction, or an elimination of a position, then we have the option to eliminate that. You have to do that so we notice before May 15th. But like I said earlier, if the board directed staff to look at ways to fund that and what would the impact be, or what else would we need to cut to fund it, then we would be able to bring that back as a reinstatement of a position. Of course, the employee gets a notice, and they would either be placed somewhere with us or they might find another job, but nonetheless, we could bring that back. If you don't approve it tonight, then we have to figure out funding, because we can't eliminate it unless they're noticed by May 15th.
So for my colleagues, I would put it out there for discussion that we give ourselves the flexibility, because I don't know that any of us have the answers about how to fund it right now. Approve the recommendation with the direction that we attempt to, that staff, Dr. Maldonado and staff, come back with an option for how to fund it and what that means and what the impacts would be. And at that point, we might keep our decision the same, but we provide ourselves the flexibility because we don't have the answer now, but try and figure it out for the program facilitator for special education.
I'd like to ask for a clarification. Are you asking that for the one program facilitator position only?
Yes.
Ms. Minos, did you have an additional question?
Yes, yeah, that would be helpful, just because I'm just hearing the numbers that, and I know the IEPs are very complex, and, and that there has been a lot of thought into what has to be done for the budgeting, and that it has been evenly spread, but that I would be good with to see about, what could be explored in terms of, is there any way to fund it so that the special ed, has more adequate support.
Okay, I know but that's noted. So when we get down to make the motion, so thank you. I just, I echo the comments of my colleagues, and the complexity and the, just the of this decision that we're having to make here tonight. It is difficult to make because we do understand the value of those who are providing the services to our students. I know it doesn't always seem that way. Anytime you're having to make a decision, because there's a person there and there's a relationship there, and so we've got to be able to balance that and how we are maintaining the overall healthy health of the fiscal health of the district. So I want to offer one thing. As we start to look at this, I agree with the youth outreach workers, but that we have to reimagine what that may look like, because we're always going to be faced with this type of decisions, right? And so I would want to go back to, for instance, the example that the IEPs increased after COVID or whatever, and I don't want to misstate that, but they did. So I want to go back. Why did they, right? Is there something in our system that maybe is over-identified, and I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying the systems is, sure.
Just like we've been talking about mental health, a lot of our kids, the majority of our kids, I would say.
And yeah, can you get on the mic and say who you are?
Yeah, Carla Curry, Special
Yes.
Education
Mhm.
Director. Post-COVID, a lot of our kids have come back with mental health issues, and I would say, and I can get the numbers for you, a majority of those kids are probably being classified as with an emotional disability, just because of what they've experienced in their home lives, and then post-COVID. So I would say that our numbers are going up because of that.
Well, I appreciate that. I was really, and I appreciate that I didn't want to minimize the things that has happened as of COVID, but saying in our systems, is there, because everything is tied to a person, and everything's tied to like one-time funding. And so just how in our system can we improve to be able to deal with the things that are coming on, so we're not eliminating, we're not pushing people back, and it feels like we don't care about the people who are doing things. So that it wasn't so much that I need to know the numbers, but it was just more of a thought. But thank you for providing that. I'm always going to ask the root cause. So, but I'm just, as we're thinking about too, I think about the one-time funds. If it's something we might want to think about through our financial policies or something, one-time funds, if it's going to be tied to a person, we have to think about that. Is it going to be sustained by, general funding or whatever funding may come about? Those are crucial questions to decide whether we want to have those funds, because therein lies a relationship. And can our financial base handle that? And when that does happen, there's funding that comes from the state, knowing that it is unstable, because we've been offered funds and they take it back or reduce it. So we've got to put in our policies to make sure that if it's a position that has to be funded with a person, then we have to be really clear on the expectations of that. I think we need to put that in our policies, because not all good money coming from the state is good money, in the way that it may sustain us or cause more problems, right? And so I think that's constantly looking at our fiscal health and how we can handle those things. And if it's something that we're going to approve, as board policies, there are questions we need to ask. I'm calling you Dr. Escobedo. The question that you ask about why, what are the factors? So I think those are the questions we need to ask as we look at the funding that's happening. COVID got lots of money coming in, and now we're having to, because that money's going away or it's been reduced. And we're now having to bear the brunt of that decision. So I just want us to be mindful about one-time funds, such as even the ones that I think you mentioned, the Title I positions that are now going to be funded by Title I. Is that ongoing? What is there's questions we want to make sure that they're answered. So the person or the services that we're proposing to be provided, is it short-term? Can it be long-term, or where can it go should the funding that was originally there? So I want us to think about that as well, because this is difficult. We are dealing with people and their emotions, and they get connected, and that's how our students are successful and how we are as a district. But I want something that we can start to look at that when we're looking at funding outside our own basic aid funding. How do we start to look at that as a policy? So thank you. And I want to also appreciate the work that it takes to get this done, to even come here, to have some things that we thought were going to happen are not going to happen because of everybody looking. And everybody's looking at, even at the sites, they're looking at how can we do this to keep the folks, the services here. So everybody's looking at that. So I want to appreciate that. And that's not always heard or want to hear that, in difficult times. And I wanted the fact that we started at 125 and we're down in 11. And we're also putting into place how we're going to support that 11 folks that are there. Because that says within our system that we care, and we're going to wrap around our system about whatever things that we have to make. We have a strong system to support whatever decisions we have to make, and people don't feel unappreciated or unacknowledged for the work that they do. So I would like for us to start to put those things into in having an explanation. I also would like to see us have a study session on this. After, if nothing else, out of all of this frustration, complexity, ups and downs, that we're going through, and we're hearing it from there, I would like for us to have ongoing study sessions about school finance. It's complicated. What happens? Why do we do what we do? The things that we're talking about now. Let's have a community meeting, and here's why we do what we do. So when people know they're either coming, working, or being a part of this district, even those who support us out in the community, they understand that. And I think that's a huge piece on us communicating and being transparent about how it works, and so it doesn't feel like no one cares. And and I'll be honest. Let's be mindful of the times that we're bringing things. Appreciation Week, we know we're under deadlines, but let's even be mindful of when we bring things, because then people feel we haven't acknowledged what is going on. So if we're just talking frankly here. So I think just the way we want to be as a district in all areas, and how that's part of our system, right? And then it doesn't matter if I'm here, this board is here, the system takes care of itself. And always leaving an opportunity to be organic and to adapt, because that's what we're doing here. We're adapting as we go. So I want to appreciate all the work, appreciate all the comments. Sometimes hard to hear, but I appreciate that, because people are coming and being there. And I want to appreciate the respect that was shown in this room tonight. I talk about it, but I also want to acknowledge and say thank you as well. So my question is just for clarification. I think Ms. Munoz talked about the youth outreach workers, so that was one of my questions. But I wasn't sure what you said about the 4 teachers in early care in early childhood. So can you explain what that means?
Yes, so that space, we'll have some bumping that happens. And my understanding is that there will end up being 4 teachers that are bumped out.
Are bumped out of their current business?
Correct.
So what does that do for that space and to the care of the kids in that space? I guess I'm not quite getting it. So when you say bumped out, what do you mean?
Well, they're going to move to different positions.
Okay.
And then, but those people that occupy those positions will be laid off.
So what does that do to our early childhood program? So in terms of ratios, or
I can maybe have.
I don't know who can answer that.
I'll have our director come up and talk
Okay.
about that program.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What happens is it's the after-school program that's being sunsetted. And so with that, 4 of those teachers are going to bump, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 of those teachers are going to come into the preschool program. And so the 2 of the teachers who are going to be without a job are going to be bumped out, and then 2 of them do not have enough seniority to bump into the program. So what's happening is it's going to affect the teachers. Students are not going to be affected. We are providing services through a different grant.
Okay. And so is that, so I'm glad that I just wanted to make sure, because that's, ratios are critically important to their.
Yeah, preschool is not
Okay.
affected at all in regards to the students.
It's
the
after
after
school,
school.
but I think after school is just as important. So
Yes,
that's
we
why I
do
want to
have-
make sure.
We are planning on hiring leaders instead of certificated staff.
Okay. Wait, hold on. So is someone, I'm just trying to hear what is being said. We're just trying to get clarity on this. Doesn't mean that you have to agree with it, but we're trying to, our best to adapt to what we need here.
Yes.
So Dr. Sheffield.
CCTR funding, it's a general child care fund that requires a certificated teacher in the classroom.
Yes.
Since those funds are going to be sunsetted, the after-school program does not require a certificated staff member. So, and currently, under that specific funding, we only have 13 students enrolled, where in ELOP, we hold a total of 182 students.
Okay, so will those 13 transfer into that?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
They're
just-
going to continue. They're going to move into that.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm just trying to clarify that. I was worried about that when you said 4 teachers with that. So, okay, thank you for that. That was my question on that. What was the last question? I think something else already got asked. Oh, some of the vacant positions, are they funded or unfunded positions?
Sorry, could
The
you say that?
vacant positions, were they funded or unfunded? Because sometimes you're holding vacant positions and they're not funded.
Were the vacant positions on this list?
Yeah.
Funded, you mean this year?
Yeah, because they may be funded, but they're vacant, or sometimes we have vacant position as a position, not necessarily funding behind attached to it.
Right, correct. So I'll give you an example.
Okay.
The HR, I think it's a senior office assistant on this list, but it has been vacant because it's been it's in the budget this year,
okay.
but it's been vacant this year because we knew there were layoffs coming. There's
Okay.
presumably less work, and so we didn't fill that position this year. So then it's on this list.
And could that, of course you couldn't fill it because there was comments about there was 80 vacancies or doing so. So are we using those vacancies to, does that allow us to help in the bumping process to a vacant position, even if you may reclassify it?
Well, if the vacant position is not being eliminated, then it becomes a position that as we fill,
Okay.
we have to go to our reemployment list and see if there's someone that's qualified to take that position.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is very complex.
I also wanted to mention, and it did come up in public comment, so I wanted to mention this too, but one of the things that came forward very strongly in all of our input sessions, almost all of them, was the curriculum specialists and the bilingual paraeducators. And so you'll notice that those are being rescinded, and we are allocating to every site the curriculum specialists and bilingual paraeducators. So I just wanted to make sure that we mentioned that, because that's some support in that intervention space that was mentioned in public comment as well.
Additional questions or comments for clarification?
Well, I know that what's coming soon is this discussion of modifying a motion to look for specific funding for the program support facilitator. My concern is, are we having our heartstrings being tugged out here for a specific position? I look at a list and say, what's the value of a program specialist versus 2 elementary MTSS specialists versus paraeducators in the classroom versus all of these other kind of things? And so I want to be very careful about, in one night, going from this recommendation we have to, as a board, saying yes, but let's pick this one specific thing out and say that's the one that when there has been, I'm presuming, significant work from staff at all levels to make this list and to reach the dollar amount of savings that we have to have. So I guess I'm putting out before the motion some personal concern about whether it's appropriate or not.
Sure. Mr. Escobedo?
I hear that. I don't think it's just an emotional reaction. I think it's an understanding that our special education students, we're having a tough time now even serving their needs. And I worry that, and you're probably right, I should have probably caught that and made the suggestion far before today, but I feel like it's not tying our hands. We have the flexibility. We're saying if we can find it and we can fund it responsibly, then we will. If they come back with a proposal, but they say, this is going to have a lot of unintended consequences that wouldn't be responsible, I would imagine that we would keep with the same decision. And so it's approving the recommendation with the caveat that if we can fund it, because we can still rescind, if I'm correct, we can still rescind after the May 15th deadline. It's just we also, before May 15th, we have to issue the final notice. Is that correct? We can issue someone a final notice, and after May 15th, rescind it. Is that correct?
We can issue it, we can issue it and then reinstate the position through a board action. Austin?
Yeah.
Hopefully that's what he tells you.
Sorry to make this more complicated.
No, yeah, the answer is yes, you can. The point of these deadlines is so that people know what to expect for next year and so that they can potentially look for other work. So that's the risk you run, is that if you make the decision and then you decide, okay, we can fill that position, maybe your person has moved on and found another job somewhere else. So
correct.
But you still have the option. The issue is that if you don't do it now, then you lose that option to eliminate the position for next year.
Right, and then we're committing to funding that we haven't identified yet.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So that would be my suggestion is, albeit a messy option, going with that option, providing us the flexibility. And if we can do it responsibly, then we do it. If we can't, then we stick with the decision that we make tonight. I think that's what I feel comfortable with.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Escobedo. I think that, trying to see, I know that you've put so much work into this in terms of creatively, how can we serve our students adequately? I know some of the positions were cut to 6 hours rather than full-time. And that's why I'm saying, is it possible? Is there any way to look at this so that there would be adequate services for those students? And it's not an emotional decision. It's about, when I go to the meetings with the with the SPED group, and I hear the concerns that they have, and the details, and and such. So I just want to make sure that if we could possibly do it, that would be my preference, so that we serve our students adequately.
Yeah, I'm, as I was thinking about that, so again, like we've got to maybe reimagine some different things. And so my question would be, if I can, that is the position that's on here for potential layoff, right? To approve that layoff.
That's correct on item 8.
On item 8. Okay, yes. So my question would be, what is the, if we go forward and vote tonight as is, without the caveat, what happens when that position is there? That may be a special ed. Can it be supported by reimagining the system of supporter care? I'm just trying to figure out, without it being a person, is a system thing? What happens if this position is approved to be laid off?
Yeah, I think Ms. Edison spoke to that earlier in her response. Maybe you could reiterate.
Yeah, this one was so specific. So I'm just trying to see is it a system thing that we can rethink?
Yeah, the needs of our students with IEPs is beyond a position, and we value that position.
Right.
But there is a lot of work to be done in that space that we have talked extensively about that requires a lot of different positions, kind of really us investing in the capacity building and the skill set and the services that students are receiving, streamlining in some places, looking at data so that we really are staffing the needs of students, not just grandfathering staff over and over and over again. So there's a lot of work that's been done in that space. It is a system response, not an individual position.
So thank you for that. This one, we're just trying to get there so that we're not always coming back. I get it, and I just want us to, if there's a way to look at improving the system to be able to still serve the needs of our children, is our main directive and understanding and goal. So if this position is eliminated tonight, what's the immediate negative? What is the immediate? I'm assuming it's a negative because we're thinking if we don't do it, we're looking for things. What's the immediate impact?
I'm going to call up John. This position supports junior high schools, so that will have to have an immediate reshuffling of that. I do want to say Dr. Carla Curry is doing some amazing work in this space as we reimagine the space, but we're just responding as an entire department.
Okay.
So I have a little perspective to offer. I joined the special ed team here at the district office in 2010 when those positions were only about a couple years old, and they were like TOSAs at the time. I will say that at the end of every school year since then, we take time around the end of each school year to kind of reflect on people's different assignments, areas that they've been supporting, look at like our priorities for the department, and we look at people's assignments and we'll move things around. So that's a practice that we do every year anyway. As Ms. Edison mentioned, right now that program facilitator is assigned to the junior high space. And so what we would not do is just take the work that one person's been doing and just drop it on the plates of 3 other people without looking at all the different impacts that would have, both to the district office and to the school sites and programs they support. What we already have planned is an exercise in our team to kind of take a look at all the different things that we're doing as managers in the Student and Family Services Department, and think about what we would do differently if we have one fewer administrator in the office next year. And so I can't give you an answer about what that immediate impact would be because we need to go through that process to really figure out what that would look like. We have some ideas, but we've got to go through a process to land on the true impact for that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I think that's, in these difficult times, we've got to be able to do that, what systems are in place to be able to support the needs of our students, and to give the work that Dr. Curry is doing, give it a chance, because I know things have changed. When you first came on, you came on, we were looking at those things, and we know that there's change, and sometimes we just need time to allow the system to be improved and for it to work, what we're hopefully trying to do, just so that we can serve more students better in a much more efficient way, but not losing the quality of that service. So we've got to give it time to work. And so, my comments are leading me to say, as what's been presented here, is that we approve what's being here tonight, with also not necessarily a specific position, but always looking at our systems for improvement in terms of that. So that's my thought process, but it's open for discussion, board. So if any additional, Mr. Banning.
So I guess my question would be to the people that have made these decisions, if the dollar amount that is being saved by eliminating this position were to come back, would that be your first choice to do with the dollars? What came back? To reinstate that position or do something different? And that may be a rhetorical question, but
I think what I'm hearing from the team, who's done a lot of work, like has been said here, we're going to have to go through an exercise of prioritizing. Like you've read, there's many positions, and they've all been helpful. They've all been crucial, and they've gotten us through a certain period of time. If there were to be more funding or there was a way to find, we would need to then decide in cabinet with school site leaders, looking at what we heard for the LCAP surveys and priorities, looking at data, which is one of the MTSS practices, on how then we prioritize who then gets to come back and what is the cost. What are the qualifications? Do we have somebody in place? So those are all things those are exercises we would have to take time to go through.
so I appreciate that, because I don't want people to walk away going, oh, he was the one that was against supporting special education. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, have we honed in on one thing when there's a system discussion to be had?
Okay, board members, I don't know that we have an official motion on the table. So you can make a motion and we can
I'm
discuss it.
just going to add one thing. I'm okay with approving the list as is with no caveat. Well, with a caveat. The caveat will be different, though, is that I'm going to request that once we figured out what the answer is to having one less person, that the board receives, it doesn't have to be in a public meeting, but we receive a memo detailing exactly what that looks like and how we're going to cover that work and how we're still going to serve our students with IEPs, especially in the junior high space. And so that'll be my request and caveat. And if it becomes a discussion for next year where we need to start finding funding, then so be it. And
I can do that, Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I would agree to that. That's
Okay. Yeah, I would just add to that piece, because the system can do that, because the more that we're able to strengthen the system that addresses that, and I know special ed has been one of those places with regard to that, but we've got to rethink that, because what we've been doing, we still are with some challenges. And it may not necessarily be solved with a person, but maybe a process or things that we put into process. So I think that's why I appreciate the conversation that we're having here. When you go and do all of this, hopefully out of this is said, okay, now we're going to look at processes and systems. How do we do that? Because obviously, like we're rescinding layoffs, we had another discussion. So that got us back to rescinding layoffs. So I think that's that same level of discussion that needs to happen. Once we approve this, once we make that prove it, at the same time, the board is wanting to know what's happening after that with a very clear memo that's telling them what's going on. So if I'm hearing you correct, okay.
so can I just
Make
make
your
a
motion.
comment
Yes.
and then make a motion?
Yes.
So we heard a lot of public comment, a lot of really good, powerful public comment today, and I think that it's no surprise to anyone that this is a really hard position to even be in or consider, and these are not decisions that anyone has taken lightly. And at the same time, I want to recognize the profound impact that decisions have on the lives of the individuals that are affected. And from the moment I joined the board, and I can hear former board member Virginia Alvarez here in my mind talking about this day, about these particular decisions. And I think we also know that these types of decisions and these reduction in force, they're not unique to our district, but are part of a broader trend across the state. Many districts are facing similar financial pressures, and even with that, that doesn't lessen the impact.
No.
I think it just underscores the gravity of the situation that we're in, and that there are so many unknowns. caused, and Dr. Becchio talked about this earlier, caused by the loss of one-time monies, the fact that there are ongoing state budget issues. We were developing an LCAP, and all of this stuff was happening at the same exact time. And with that being said, and I really hope that this feeling that I have is wrong, I really do, I wouldn't be surprised if we are faced with financial pressures in the near future as well. And even acknowledging that and the reasons why we're here, it doesn't make this reality any less difficult. And I think it's worth recognizing that each person in this district, we saw many of them, I see many of them here, are more than just a role or a job title. They're educators, they're mentors, they're the trusted adults that we're always talking about, friends, folks who contribute to a vibrant school culture. And as was stated earlier by Dr. Becchio, it's something that I have heard from my colleagues. It's something that is really important, is that we support those affected by the reduction in force. And for those that are affected, I want to express my deepest gratitude for the work that they've done and the commitment that they've shown to supporting our students. I understand that the uncertainty and stress, it's overwhelming, it can be a lot. So again, please make that and center that in how we go from here to the rest of the school year. Yeah. And for the students and the families that I think hear this news and it raises questions about what the future is, I just want to assure folks that we are working, you're hearing it, we are trying to solve for these things and minimize any disruptions, ensure that our students continue to get the high quality education that they deserve. Our commitment to their success has not wavered, it has not changed. And we are going to do everything to make sure that they have stability, they have safety, and they get the education they deserve. So I know it's not easy, I know it's a challenging time, but as with other challenges, we will get through this together. And so with that, if I can make the motion, I will move to approve resolution number 2023-24 or /24-29 to adopt the reduction in the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in a particular kind of services per Education Code 44949 and 44955.
Okay, may I have a second? Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'd also like to say, that we have put a lot of thought into this, and the responsibility, going forward. And I appreciate Dr. Becchio's comments about, looking at other possibilities for the folks that are going to lose their positions as a result of this, and that, we don't take it lightly. One, that folks' lives will be changed, and then also that we do need to be responsible for the finances of the district. So I will second the motion.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. And you want a motion for G9?
Yeah. I will motion to approve resolution number 2023-24/24-31 to adopt the reduction in the number of classified employees due to a reduction in a particular kind of services.
Okay. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Thank you those who have provided input, and we're taking copious notes up here, so that input also helps with our decisions as well. Thank you for the cabinet and staff who has worked to get to this level for us to be able to review information, and those who have provided clarity as well. So we're just going to take a slight break between what we're going to next. We'll take let's just take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Yeah, because we ordered some stuff. Okay, I'd like to call us back to order. That quick break. We're going to go back to our general comments. Some of them may have already left or spoken earlier. So we're going to go back to that. So, Mr. Escobedo.
Well, it might be easier just if you are here to give general public comment for items not on the agenda today, if you could just queue up, and when you get to the podium, if you could say your name so I could pick your name out of the list or the pile. Thank you for being patient.
Is it green?
Hello? There
Yes.
we go.
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Thank you. My name's Stephen Hughes. I'm the music teacher at La Colina. I'll be honest, I had a different speech ready to go, but I'm gonna improvise. So I'm a little concerned with the way some of the cuts were talked about earlier to the music program. It's not so much that we're deciding there is no more music and there's been some official, report from Dr. Becchio or whoever, right? That it's more that they've been kind of whittled away, especially at Santa Barbara Junior High, through a series of decisions that limit students' ability both to take the class and and through other factors that, frankly, it's the transfers, right? La Colina's got 800 whatever students, and there's 500 something at Santa Barbara Junior, 400 whatever at La Cumbre. Charlie will say more. But Karen Dutton, who was Santa Barbara Junior High music teacher for 10 years, up until a couple years ago, was saying this the first day I came into this district. Jeff Peterson, who spoke earlier on Zoom, said the exact same thing. And it kind of feels like talking about global warming, and you say it and you say it and you say it and you say it, and suddenly the iceberg's gone. Well, the iceberg's gone. The teacher who was at Santa Barbara Junior High is transferring away because, love and respect, he can't really take it anymore. And what's there that's left? There's only a few kids coming into the class, and whether because of district directive, I don't know, or whether because of site decisions, I don't know, they're just not putting the position up, right? And quite frankly, in the midst of all these salary negotiations, who can afford to live in Santa Barbara on a point, what would it be, 2, maybe? Maybe? Anyway, I know my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Ortega, just so you know.
Thank you.
I've been in the district for 25 years. I've talked to you guys before, and we've talked about the challenges. Stephen just mentioned a couple things. And I want to say, too, just on really quickly, both of us had a great weekend this last weekend. Like, both schools went to Valencia. We represented Santa Barbara the way that Santa Barbara is supposed to represent when we leave town, by bringing back trophies and first place finishes and Esprit Awards. But I also want to say that the issues that are going on with the music programs, you didn't create. You didn't create it. The day that they were created, the day that the schedule was reduced to 6 periods. That's the day, like 20 years ago, that started, and it's been dwindling and burning to the ground for the last, especially recently, as we've started putting academic support classes in the elective spaces. It's a misuse of the elective space. And if you want to save music programs, that would be the best place to start, would be to start returning electives to being electives. All of us are concerned with kids going to college. All of us are trying to prepare kids to go to college. Colleges don't want them if they can't sing, they can't dance, they can't play an instrument. You go to Yale in the orientation, they're like, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So I think we need to look at that piece of it and be like, let's put things back to the way they were. You did not start it, and you are the ones that have the ability to fix it. You can be the board that restored performing arts in Santa Barbara.
Thank you.
And so I hope you consider that, because we are in a dire situation. Like, you don't have to cut music programs if you just let them fail. So That's on you. Now you have to figure out how to make sure to implement what we're talking about. And we've been asking you. We talked to you at the honor band, you know, and so did Stephen. So, you know, but we also, that needs to be negotiated. Our staffs want that, and it needs to be worked out with the bargaining team, and it has to be done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name?
Good evening, board. My name is Zon.
Yeah.
Good evening, board. My name is Jonathan Dukes. I'm a parent of 3 children here in Santa Barbara, but also an alumni. I'm an alumni of La Colina as well as Santa Barbara High School. I grew up in the 90s, and I'm come here also to talk about the music program. I'm passionate about the music program not only because my children are in the programs, but also because as an alumni of the music programs, I believe that most of the good things and successes I've had in life is a result of the education that I received in Santa Barbara Unified School District through the music program, not so much for the rest of the classes. I started off learning my instrument in junior high. In order to learn the instrument, I had to take 2 electives, not one. It requires 2 electives in order to learn an instrument. In addition to private education, the music education that came through the Music Academy, as well as from the trombone teachers that were provided at the junior high. Right now, with the way the system is set up, my 6th grader going into La Colina Junior High really can only take 1-ish electives because of the health requirement that's moved into the elective space. And when I went into Santa Barbara High School, I actually, again, discussion of the transfers, I was one of only 6 transfers that were allowed in the year of 1993 because transfers were not allowed. And the last time I was in this room was actually at that time when my parents fought for me to actually be transferred to Santa Barbara High School so I could learn under Ike Jenkins and continue my jazz education. And we went on to represent Santa Barbara at the Montreux Jazz Festivals in Switzerland, as well as the North Sea Jazz Festivals in The Hague. In the Netherlands, and that was the example of the caliber. And also the year after that, I went to Europe with the Magical Singers.
Thank you.
Again, it's a product of what we can do and expand, but we can't do that now with the limited resources that we have, and with no teacher available at Santa Barbara Junior High. Santa Barbara High Schools has been definitely been limited. So music education really creates strength in the students.
Thank you for your public
to have
comment.
Leadership and to understand how to manage time and become successful leaders as adults.
Thank you. All right, folks, remember we have 90 seconds and that clock over there above the door.
Great. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
I timed my speech, so don't worry. So, hello, my name is Sarah Slezak Gatehouse, and I teach music at Washington Elementary. I'm here today to talk about the proposed music cuts to our junior high music and drama programs. While it is my first year in SBUSD, and I'm very happy to be here, I've been in music education in the public schools for over 11 years, and a significant part of my career was being a junior high and high school choir director. I've seen firsthand the life-changing impact these programs have in our students and our community. Short story, as many of these teachers and students have said, arts programs serve as a safe space for our students. In my choir programs, I had many students who suffered from mental health illnesses. At times, they even had to be hospitalized because of said illnesses. And when it came time for them to go back to school, many elected to do independent study, except for choir class, because that was one of the only spaces on campus where they felt safe, accepted, and part of a community. Our students have been so isolated in recent years and are overrun with social media, which only exacerbates mental health issues. They desperately need these classes where they can connect in person with groups of their peers. Next year at Washington, we'll have about 60 students in choir and over 100 in band and orchestra. It would be devastating for those students who want to continue in music to be prohibited from doing so based on the neighborhood that they live in. In Santa Barbara, we are fortunate to have support from local foundations who are pouring money into our arts programs. We also have Prop 28 money, which brings millions of dollars to our district to build these programs. We just need district support, so please, and a schedule that allows them to participate in these classes. I know you have so many tough decisions. I don't envy you. I know you don't take them lightly, but please don't take these priceless opportunities away from our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I assume you can pull my card.
Yeah, I did.
Good evening. Board Policy 4243 states, quote, "The board shall provide its negotiators with expected outcomes and clear parameters for acceptable contract provisions which promote the realization of district goals and priorities." Additionally, Board Governance Handbook states that board members, quote, "should set the district's collective bargaining parameters for its negotiation team." It appears that the parameters that you have set for the district are delay, delay, delay. When the union asked to negotiate last year's salary agreement due to rampant inflation, the response was to state that salary negotiations will take place in its proper time in the next school year. When the union requested to start new contract negotiations by October, the response was that meaningful negotiations could not occur until January of 2024. When the union sent you its sunshine letter, the response was to wait many weeks before sending yours or reporting ours to the public. Upon reaching the first impasse in negotiation, the reaction of the board was to pick the latest date for mediation. Upon reaching fact-finding, the reaction of the board was to reject 5 suggested dates and insist on a later date during the final week of school, which will cause at least one of our teachers to miss graduation. Every delay has shown the teachers, the students, and the community how little providing teachers with an appropriate wage matters to you. You have the power to settle this. If you truly want this difficulty to end, you could end it tonight. You have set the parameters for the future, and they are distrust, disingenuousness, and discord. As you sow, so shall you reap. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, board. Thank you for this opportunity. So, I want to address the special ed, and in particular, Board President Moten, when you talked about the system. And I'll just briefly tell you, there are better systems for dealing with the EMLs and our special ed. Often, our system tends to protect itself, but in a system organized around the unmet needs of the most vulnerable students, what we would do is we would assess all students right away. There's been legislation that's been tried to pass, but it's been stopped by the CTA, sadly. But anyway, we would assess everyone. Then we would be proactive, right away when any student is behind, we would give them generous support. And in that way, right now, we don't test kids till they're in the 3rd grade. We don't know that they're really behind. Until then, we may have some teacher reports, but then our MTSS thing does too little, too late. Most of the students that I've personally helped and been aware of, and I'm also aware of the whole private tutoring group we have, over 150 educational therapists in the community that help kids go to private school. They're about 150 an hour. But we have so many because so many kids are behind and because it's not proactive. And LCAP is meant to go to the students, their unmet needs, in the most effective way. And what I see, from our LCAP, it's going to jobs. And it shouldn't really, because remediation would be best for these students. And also, we don't show percentages in our LCAPs anymore, just the temperature thing, but it doesn't help parents who really want to know what the scores are. I know how low they are, but the color thing doesn't work, and we should be more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name?
My name is Laura Penrose.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Laura Penrose. I'm the owner of Nick Rail Music, Santa Barbara, the local music store here since 1986. I'm a practicing musician, and I have a passion for music education. Never has an area of education with so tangible a positive impact on the well-being of a student had to fight so hard to have a place at the table. The benefits of music education in elementary, middle, and high school don't stop there. 47.9% of high school music students continue to participate in college music programs, as compared to the only 7% of high school athletes that continue to participate in college athletics. But no one is talking about taking athletics out of schools. Students involved in music programs have a 90.9% graduation rate and a 93.8% attendance rate, compared to 72.9% graduation rates and an 84.9% attendance rate of non-music students. You care about test scores? Teach them music. A 10-year study in 25,000 students performed 51 points higher on verbal portions and 41 points higher on math portions, comparing music students to non-music students. You want emotionally stable students? A large-scale study from 2016 found that music students rank their happiness, self-like, and life satisfaction higher than non-music students, regardless of age, race, or gender. You want kids and teenagers involved in the community? Teach them music. We work with hundreds of districts in California that have increased their musical offerings with mariachi programs, modern band, orchestra, jazz band, concert band, marching band, music engineering, songwriting, guitar classes, and more because music education continues to prove right these studies. I know I'm out of time. The reality that this conversation continues to be had is mind-blowing when the data clearly shows the contrast between the benefits of a music program versus without. I urge you as a board to not support site actions that are moving in the direction of removing the music program. I urge you to make decisions that will continue to maintain music education in Santa Barbara.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Jack Reedman.
Mhm.
All right. Look, guys, I'm tired. I just sat through 3 hours of IB testing. Then, immediately, I came here to sit through 4 hours of this. I cannot think. There is no way I can make an eloquent argument. But you already know what I'm going to say, so I don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I feel like the last couple meetings I've had like actual words prepared, but yeah, like Jack just said, after sitting through like 4 hours of this, my brain is a little fried. It's 9:57. I have school tomorrow. I'm preparing for AP testing. What are we doing? Like, everyone's tired. Everyone is exhausted. Why? Like, it's. And I don't know. I'm like, obviously this is very important. That's why we stayed, because it's important that the message gets relayed, because it's obviously not getting through time and time again. We've had people repeat what is going on, say percentages. Like, we've come from this from so many like logical and emotional standpoints, and nothing is working. So it's like come on.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Anemone, and let me just wrap what those two said. The point is that you guys deliberated for about 3 hours and then made no substantive change and passed the same resolution. That's what it seems like from the outside anyway. There was a lot to follow. I tried my best. A couple comments. I wrote more. So, first of all, is this an emotional decision? Are you kidding me? Do you think before you speak in general? It is not an emotional decision to tackle an issue with any kind of empathy. That's fine. I often don't do well with social norms, so double standards and niceties like separation or release instead of layoffs are off-putting in a way I think I can finally place. This might go over 90 seconds. If it bothers you, turn off my mic. Please stop expecting professional level rhetoric from students. It's easy to critique delivery and avoid the points being made. We get it. I'm going to be how I am. Please stop saying you appreciate people. You seem to fire those very employees or their coworkers momentarily. Every time I've seen all of these presentations on Teacher of the Week, Staff of the Week, them or their counterpart seem to be the ones on the chopping block immediately. We'll get back to that later. The things you aim to stand for are good, but you either can't or don't follow through. Your questions and subsequent voting seem to imply that it's some form of you believing you can't. You claim to support all these students who require extra resources in language or learning aids and the arts which enrich learning, but the second the water gets murky, they are thrown overboard. You need to provide pink slips because of budget. Why are English learners and students with disabilities always the first to feel it directly? You can say that you might be able to hire them back. This disregards the fact that they won't be there until then. This impacts students. All of this is, like, called lying. If you can't follow through, please stop overcommitting. If you only value these things in theory, then
Thank you for your
stop
public
claiming to
comment.
actually value them. It's currently 10 o'clock. If you ask questions as if you have never... I wrote the same thing twice. Stop saying thank you. It's not what those words mean.
Thank you for your public comment. Welcome.
Hi. So I've been coming to these meetings for, it feels like 6 months now, and that's what I'm just going to say. It feels like it's been half a year. We started in December or earlier, and we've been going all the way through now. It is clear from the 3 students who just came up and didn't exactly mention that we're here for our teachers. We're here for teachers' pay. It's clear that students care that their teachers receive what they deserve. And you've been dragging out these negotiations and very deliberately delaying them. Even if it hasn't been intentional, it comes across as deliberate, and that's what matters. That's how it feels. That's how it feels to everyone. So it's functionally deliberate. It results in a situation where you have students who care so much that they will stay 4.5 hours at a board meeting after they've come out of testing. I also came from the same IB test. Just because they care about the teachers so much, and you guys do nothing. And it is infuriating beyond belief. And I don't like to think that you are bad people, and I wouldn't even say that you're bad people. But I think that your actions are bad actions. And I think that is really telling when we look at what's happening in our district. And I think that as someone who's a senior who's graduating in a month now, I don't like the idea of my peers exiting their school district and thinking, yeah, my teachers care for me, my principal cared for me, but the district, the government, isn't ever going to care for me. You guys aren't caring for the students, and you guys aren't caring for the teachers, and it is frustrating beyond belief. And so when we come to these meetings, we're saying this over and over again, and it seems like it's never getting through. So I know I'm over time, but I want to relay a very quick anecdote. When I was sitting back there with one of my student friends, he asked me, he said, why, like, if they aren't going to listen, why do you guys still come up here? And that's a really good question, because it feels like it's often useless for us to come up here and advocate for our teachers to get what they deserve. What I told him is something that I'm not going to direct to you. I'm actually going to direct to a camera that I know is right here, that's been here every time,
Can
and
you
that I really
please wrap
appreciate
up?
it. No. We're here for the teachers. We're here to let the teachers know that we care and that the students support you through everything you do, because you matter so much.
Thank you for your
to
public
us.
comment.
Please have some sympathy, have some empathy. We care about the teachers so much. And if you guys can't have that same empathy, you do not deserve to be reelected. That's my
Thank
public
you.
comment.
Hello again. Jorge Zafanes, chemistry and biology teacher, San Marcos. So last time I spoke to you guys was a couple months ago, and I brought up just the disparity in pay between other public service providers and educators. Just want to remind you that a first-year Santa Barbara police officer makes more money than I can ever hope as a teacher for this district. Even after 30 years, I make less than a first-year police officer, a first-year nurse, a first-year firefighter. Okay, and I think the reason that Santa Barbara pays those services so much is because it's really expensive to live here, and it values those services. It's really clear that the job that you have is really, really difficult in deciding how you're going to, make ends meet and make the budget work for all the different priorities that you have to fulfill. But I also know that research has shown that teacher effectiveness is by far the most impactful variable in terms of student outcome. And with that in mind, retaining and attracting talented and effective teachers should be the very first priority of the school district, in my opinion. Because when you lose those teachers because they simply can't afford it. I have 2 kids. You have to make fiscal decisions for this school district. I have to make fiscal decisions for my family. And when you lose those really talented teachers, you lose the institutional knowledge. You lose those skills that they bring. So just make that a priority, please. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, good evening. I'm York Shingle, Meta ISS Union Treasurer and proud queer man. Thank you for addressing the transphobic comments made last meeting. I'm trying to sit with your message about disrespect tonight, but I worry that they are just words. Like sending a message of appreciation to classified staff the same night you finalize their layoffs, your words don't mean a lot if your actions don't match them. So, what actions are you going to do to protect our queer and trans kids? I've been called the F-word slur my whole life. It started when I was a student at La Colina, continued when I was a student at San Marcos, and persisted through my years of teaching. I probably will be until the day I die, and maybe beyond, because we can't control what everyone says or believes. But we can address it, and more importantly, work against it. If our progress isn't intersectional, I don't want it. We have to speak against all forms of oppression. When that community member made transphobic comments, I booed them. Because it's one thing to sit with someone calling me those hateful words and help them process the pain they're inflicting, but it is quite another to let them say that trash about our kids. I'm not going to have decorum for someone vilifying any of my students. Again, I ask, what actions are you going to take to protect and uplift our queer and trans kids? And to our trans and queer youth watching or listening, find your safe people. I don't trust that it's our bosses, but I can tell you there are safe people at every school. People who will care for you and support you. You are beautiful, you are welcome, you deserve safe education, and you deserve leadership who is going to make these schools better and safer than I was a student in them.
Thank you. Welcome.
You know, I've been here for almost 5 hours now, I think, and I missed the last bus home, and I know other people have sacrificed things to be here, so I think we deserve a little bit more than 90 seconds to talk. But nevertheless, my name is Kira Johnson Policia. I come here as someone who's been taking music classes since elementary school, and it may surprise some people here that my passion for music didn't start in a music class. It started in a history class, where my history teacher told us the story of our own national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. My passion for theater did not start in a theater class. It started in an English class, where my teacher made us do a play version of The Midsummer's Night Dream by Shakespeare. I don't think people realize how interwoven music and theater is with required classes such as history, music, even math. There is a composer out there who uses the Fibonacci sequence in his compositions. That is why music is not just a hobby, it is not just a profession, it is our history, it is our culture, it is a language and our story. And by cutting those classes, you are cutting off that part of our history and our language. And I think that we should not be allowed to do that. I'm sorry. I had a teacher who, she was 80 when she retired, and she spent her whole life teaching music. And she would be so sad to see this happening to Santa Barbara, considering she came from California. But this is the last thing I need to say. That mission statement, and I don't mean this to be aggressive, I don't mean this to be targeted, I need to ask if some people in the board and in the schools understand what that means, if they are treating that as an empty promise or not, because many of us here believe that you are, as you are actively straying from that statement. How can you prepare students for a world that is yet to be created when you are stripping away the things that is making that world? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, school board member, superintendent, cabinet. I'm Osby Galindo, SBTA president. I find myself speaking to you again about trust and rebuilding relationships. You broke educators' trust when you dragged your feet and slowed down the very important negotiation process. You withheld SBTA's Sunshine Letter, which was delivered to John Becky on September 8th. It did not get its first reading until October 24th, and it did not get approved until November 14th. The only reason you did anything about this letter is because we educators showed up to the board meeting and demanded you open negotiations. Well, now you find us here at every board meeting, and we will continue to be here. You break educators and stakeholders' trust when you keep using taxpayer money to pay for this procrastination. For instance, you're proposing to spend $15,000 to have a school service of California build your fact-finding binder. Public, please know that teachers are volunteering their time to create this binder. The school board and district have access to the information that goes into the fact-finding binder. As a matter of fact, we teachers requested that information directly from the district, and we will put it in our binder and presentation. It does not make sense why you need to pay someone else to do this for you. We've been talking about your reprioritizing how you spend money. This is not what we meant. We meant that you should spend it in the classroom and on educators. Dragging these negotiations out this long, I'm sure, is affecting your ability to budget and fund the positions you reduced today. Superintendent Hilda Maldonado, Wendy Sims-Motens, we've discussed rebuilding the relationship between district and educators. Your actions speak loud. You need to demonstrate that you're doing something now to start building that trust. A fair settlement now is a good start. This is a small, close-knit community. We will remember how you failed to prioritize our teachers and students.
Thank you for your public comment. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jim Mui, and in my travels throughout California as a music festival adjudicator and a conductor for honor bands and orchestras, I'm very fortunate to interact with students and teachers from outside of our area. I can tell you this: Santa Monica USD, San Gabriel Valley, Ventura County, San Luis Obispo County, and even North Santa Barbara County have figured out that a 7-period day is necessary to accommodate a thriving arts program. San Gabriel Valley has not only a 7-period day for their junior high school students, but they have worked a new junior high health requirement into the school day home period, spreading it over the entire school year and opening an additional period for their 7th graders. I have yet to see any creativity from this district in creating a master schedule that fosters a 7-period day or opens even additional options for our junior high school students to have that additional period. The results have been devastating. Despite our team of incredible music and arts teachers, you're just not providing them with an infrastructure that breeds success. When I tell my out-of-area colleagues about our 6-period junior high bell schedule, they're shocked that we have any matriculation to the high school level at all. Regarding the proposed instrumental music cuts at the sites, Santa Barbara Junior High and Lucumbra High, as it relates to DEI, according to U.S. News and World Report, the highest percentage of our minority junior high students in the district are found at Santa Barbara Junior High and Lucumbra Junior High. What are we telling these kids when we take music, arts, and arts classes away from them?
Thank you.
And leave those programs in the curriculum for everyone else? What we're telling them is, you don't count.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening again, Karen McBride. I just have 2 quick comments. First of all, did you know that one of the teachers that was acknowledged by Dr. Maldonado as an outstanding educator this evening is leaving the district and has been, I believe she's on tonight's human resources report, or perhaps it was the one before, but I think, yeah, so you should know that. If you don't know that, that's the kind of thing where I'm saying, get out there, get into the schools, know what, and forgive me if you already knew that, but I just wanted to point that out to the other people in the room as well. Also, I just wanted to say, in my role as a substitute teacher now, I go in and I teach whatever. I love being there, and I had the pleasure of going to Michael Keoy's music class to sub one day, and what I saw was phenomenal. My instructions were to simply go outside with the kids and they would know what to do, and they did. Those kids, I looked around and I thought to myself, here's a language that I don't speak, and it is, these kids are highly fluent in it. There were students that were playing the trumpet in this group and walking over and instructing the trombone in that group. Kids were educators, they were leaders, they were creators, it was the most phenomenal group of students that I have witnessed. And I've probably seen those kids in action in a chemistry class or a physics class or a PE class or calculus or you name it. But watching them in action in a music class was incredible to see.
Thank you.
The breadth of skills they had. Just one last point, and that is that by reducing the junior high programs, goes without saying, you're starving the program and you're starving those kids of what they're going to thrive on. And it's not right. It's not equitable.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. So I remember a time when I would stop down in the front office and I would run into colleagues and classified staff and we could laugh and tell stories and just talk about the comings and goings of school. Over the past few years, when I talk to teachers, staff, and even administrators, so many of these interactions quickly turn into stories of frustration. They're stories of uncertainty and worse, anger, honestly, recently. These are sentiments that are not going to be resolved with salary negotiations. I ask myself, how did we get here? If it were COVID, it stands to reason that things would have gotten better, not worse. If it were economic stressors outside the control of the board or apocalyptic budget changes, if that were the case, wouldn't school districts across the state be having public outcry and activated unions like ours is? Month after month, why are board meetings packed with unprecedented numbers of community members? The truth we all need to recognize is that the culture and the leadership of Santa Barbara Unified has utterly collapsed. Past and senior members of our school board were complicit in allowing district leadership to disassemble systems of accountability, transparency, respect, and effective feedback loops of communication at all levels. That is why you are seeing these people here every night. They are not being heard. Who will lead our future? Do we believe that the team that has led us to this dark place has the strength of leadership to not only stop the bleeding, but actually build a bright future? To be successful, we will need leaders that have humility, courage, and open minds. My request to the leadership team here tonight is that if you intend to stay, what role do you believe you play in this story that has unfolded? And most importantly, what will you do differently in the months and years to come?
Thank you.
If you do not believe that radical, immediate, powerful changes must come to pass here, I beg you, please consider moving on. And if you decide to stay, I challenge you to find the commitment and courage to do better and be better, because our future begins and ends with you.
Thank you for your public comment. I believe that's...
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We will now move to board members, back to our active agenda, which is, unless there are some additional comments, boards you'd like to make in that E9 week, if you'd like to make some comments, okay.
Yeah, just in my deliberations on tonight's two items, I neglected to also thank the folks that were working in positions and did really good work. And while their positions are being eliminated and they're still with us at the school district, I wanted to also recognize the work that they had done for our students.
Any additional board comments would like to be said? No additional comments. I do want to make a comment, since a couple of them were directed to me. Typically don't do it in a thing, but I think it's important as we continue to have conversation to be acknowledging what's going on. But yes, it does begin and end with us, but it begins with all of us begin. Everybody has a role in how we build the culture, rebuild the culture. Everybody has a role, and what is our role in that? So I think it's important when to know, I can't speak on behalf of each individual, but as a board, we really do care. And I know that seems hollow because we're in a moment where it's not something that we want to hear. And I understand it. I've been in a place where things just go over and I'm no longer hearing. But we have the ability to change it as well. And so taking copious notes up here to how do we do this better? Is it a system problem? Is it a cultural problem? Do we need, when we get through this other side, really, I just had a conversation with someone, when we get to this other side, what do we need to do to create the culture that we want to see at Santa Barbara Unified? I don't want to hear that at 1020, And I appreciate people coming here because we're here too. And oftentimes what happens is that we see us as a board, but we don't see us as individuals. So when we say you're not showing humility, you're not doing those things. Figure out a way, how can we get to know each other better in less contentious times? Because when we're in contentious times, we're not going to even believe that someone is being authentic when they're saying things. So my hope is to continue, when we get through this tough time, that what things is going to look like to have a great culture. What does that look like from perspectives? And that may be another hard conversation that we have to have as a community, have someone come in. We have great folks out hearing that can facilitate that level of conversation. So I just want to say that these difficult decisions that we have to make is not coming from a case of being tone deaf. It's not coming from a place of that. And it feels like when I'm saying this, it feels like I'm trying to defend something, but I'm not. I want to be, as much as the rest of this board and everybody else, to be part of the solution and how we move forward and how we want to be differently in Santa Barbara Unified. You can take that, but you won't. That's fine. And I don't like to be threatened whether we're going to be reelected or not. If you haven't said that, that's fine. But I hear that, and I need to address that. For me, that's not even concern. When I ran for this board, it's because I do care about the care and education of our children deeply. Deeply about that. And sometimes it's hard times, and it may seem like we're not, but that is not my concern at all in terms of that. What my concern is, what keeps me up at night, and also what motivates me to wake up in the morning, is the care and education of our children. So if that means working through these difficult times, then so be it. But that is earnest. And so I don't like to be threatened with that, because it's not for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but I'll speak for me when it feels like it's coming directly at me with regards to, and you have the option to vote folks in or not. You absolutely do. You absolutely do. But don't waste your option on me, because I'm here for the reason I ran in the first place, and that's the care and education of our children. And those, and in the care and education of our children includes those who care for our children. So I just needed to say that. I wasn't going to say that, but I needed to say that because I feel very much on my heart that there's a misunderstanding, because maybe that some of the decisions and discussions that we have to make, that there's a lack of caring. And I've been in this district as a parent. I've been in this district now as a board member. I've been as a community member suddenly. So I've seen a lot of things. I've seen a lot of people change. But if you haven't been here, sometimes people are acting like they're brand new today when they may be acting a different way. So I just want us to figure how we're going to move together. And I never say we. It is us. It is us as a district. How are we going to do it? And it starts with each of us. The I doesn't become we until the I's come together like that. I is standing alone, but when we come together, there's the we. So I really sincerely want us to start thinking about how do we get ourselves through this. This can either tear us down, divide us, or a way to prove us to be better. And you're exactly right. When we say we, that includes everybody here. So with that, I'm going to move us to E1, acceptance of donations of May 7th. I'm sorry, are there any board members that want any additional comments? Good, okay, so we're going to move us to E1, acceptance of donations. May I have a motion?
I move to accept the donations for May 7, 2024.
A second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. I will move us to the consent agenda. I know we have a couple. Okay, request to speak on item.
We have 3 requests to speak on F5. That's approval of contract with School Services of California, Inc. for special services related to fact-finding.
Okay.
And our first public commenter is Adani Coronado, followed by Ashley Cornelius, and finishing with Kim Tilton.
Can you
Welcome.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. My name is Donnie Coronado, and I'm a member of the SBTA bargaining team, a team of teachers from all levels of education passionate about our jobs and our current and future students. We are a team of teachers with experience ranging from 6 to 32 years of teaching, a team that represents those that commute from out of town and those that have second jobs to make ends meet. Since August 2023, we have spent countless hours preparing to meet with your district bargaining team to make this school district a thriving district where teachers want to join and stay to ensure the success of the next generation. We spent weekends, holidays, lunch hours, and taken sub-days to pore over all the facts to back up each of our proposals to ensure that we are being realistic in what we ask for. We spend this time because we know we need to do better for our students. All this time has prepared us for the intense amount of work that is to come with this fact-finding process. Last week, the neutral panelists for fact-finding gave us 5 days to choose from between May 30th to June 7th. With the end of the school year approaching, our team of teachers thoughtfully picked days that would cause the smallest impact on our students. And the district bargaining team responded with June 12th, the second to last day of school. The day where elementary students are graduating, a day where secondary schools are preparing to graduate their students, and teachers are helping students pass their classes. In addition to responding with June 12th as the only possible day for fact-finding, the district bargaining team is also asking the district to budget $15,000 to hire an outside company to do the work for their team that our SBTA bargaining team and CTA are working to complete on top of our jobs as teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Ashley Cornelius, the interim bargaining chair for our educators. I have been teaching in the district for 19 years, and to be frank, when our team received the information that Adani just summarized, I have never felt so disrespected as a professional. Many of you, the board, and this just happened moments ago, have spoken about the need for us to work through this together, or that we need to be showing each other respect. But your actions this last week have shown these words to be a farce. We learned two things from the actions of your bargaining team. One is that the district bargaining team is not prepared for the next phase of bargaining. Second, I learned that this bargaining process is a very low priority for the bargaining team, and because they represent you, I know that this process is not a priority for you. Your bargaining team has not made themselves experts in the budget and don't feel like they will be ready in 1 month to present their information to the fact-finding panel. Otherwise, why would they need to pay $15,000 for another company to prepare their binder? Is there no one else in this room who has the confidence and capability to do this work? You don't value the teachers and students in this district enough to clear schedules, work overtime, and therefore make a strong attempt to find a solution to the problem of teacher retention before the school year ends. This last week was an opportunity for you to demonstrate your respect, to put action to your words. However, when you had the opportunity, the team that represents you in the bargaining has shown just how little they respect us. I know who I represent. I represent the educators. Do you guys know who is representing you?
Thank you. Welcome.
So, sorry. It's hard to talk back because I feel like some of those comments were towards me. I think when I send you the transcript of my speech, it wasn't threatening. My point was we need a commitment and the courage to do better. That was the ask, and this is totally related to what I had for F5, which is we can sit here and we can pretend that this perfect storm came upon us that resulted in negotiations landing in fact-finding, and now we have to find a person to help us with our fact-finding binder. Last year, the district had the opportunity to offer us some raise. right? And we could have seen what the financial impacts would have been for that raise, and then we would have had so many more questions answered. We could have started the LCAP planning at the beginning of this year, but we're not even done with it now. So I just don't appreciate the spin zone vibe here that this was completely unavoidable. And that's what I mean by accountability. That's what I'm asking. Like, I don't want to see anybody leave or not, but if we're going to stay, we have to ask questions. Like, now they have to basically approve this person. I understand that. But what led us here, and what are we going to do differently next time so that fact finding is not a good thing? This is so bad for our community. So, yeah, that's kind of changed my think. But I just wanted to make that clear too, because I really do appreciate all the work that you do. I really mean to say that the community needs to understand that there's better ways to do this, and that this was not a completely unavoidable situation.
Thank you.
Okay. Board members, so are there any items on the consent agenda that you would like to pull or for discussion? Okay, with that, may I have a motion for approval?
I will move to approve the consent agenda as presented on items F2 to F12.
I second the motion.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We've already addressed G1. We will now move to G2, student discipline. Mr. Escobedo.
I move to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 202324-20 and 202324-25, 2023, sorry, it's late.
It is. You're good.
324-26, 202324-28.
I second that motion.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. We will now move to F3, approval of new secondary course requests for 2024-25. Dr. Sheffield.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I'm here tonight asking for an approval of a list of courses that we have that we would need to put in place for the 2024-2025 school year. Every year we do identify different courses that need to be approved and then put on our list for the UCOP, which is for our A to G requirements. These are a few of the additional classes that we ran into and found the need to put forward right now to get your approval so that we can include it in our master schedule for the next school year, and we'd like to get your approval.
Any requests to speak on this item? Okay. Board members, any comments or questions? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. Oops, wrong.
F3.
I'm looking at the right thing. I move. Nope, that's not it either. Someone want to bail me out here?
G3. We're on G3.
G3,
Uh-huh.
okay. Where's the motion?
Approval of a note.
Okay, I move to approve this new secondary course request for 24-25.
Okay, may I have a second?
I second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. I'm looking for the coffee, and if somebody want to do a Winchell's run for some donuts, I'm just saying. So we're going to move to G4, approval of resolution 2023-24-25. Miss Marina's on her way. It's been a long time. How you doing?
Oh, is the mic on?
Actually, no. Okay. So start over, board members, Dr. Maldonado, President Sims-Moten, and the cabinet. I'm going to be quick. So I have 3 items for approval today. They're all, dependent on each other. So we need to approve the first, the second, and then the third. We've done this before.
Yes.
The first is the resolution 25 to approve the site lease and facilities lease for the project site for the Santa Barbara High School HVAC project for the 60s, 70s, and 80s wings. This project is very much needed. We need to upgrade all the equipment. The parts are no longer available, and the existing system is beyond its useful life. So with this leaseback contract, the contractor was chosen and approved by this board last year, was McGillivray Construction. As soon as this leaseback is approved, which is on the resolution 25, we'll move to resolution 26 for the GMP. But I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I would kindly ask you to approve this resolution for the leaseback contract between the district and the McGillivray Construction Company to move forward with the project.
Any requests to speak?
No request to speak.
May I have a motion for approval? Thank you.
I will move to approve Resolution 2023-24-25, approving leaseback contract documents and authorizing execution and delivery of site lease and facilities lease relating to Santa Barbara High School 60s, 70s, and 80s HVAC upgrades project.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion. I second the motion to approve the lease back.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next.
Thank you. So with that approval, we can move to resolution 26, which is the resolution stating the guaranteed maximum price for this project as provided by the contractor, following the approval of the leaseback contract documents. And the guaranteed maximum price on this project is $3,798,622.62. A 10% of contingency is included in that project, and it's going to be funded by Fund 35, which is our state matching funds. Some of the contingency may go towards working over the weekends, because originally we were trying to finish this project before the school start, but with the delay in material orders, potential delay, and the difficulty of getting the subcontractor labor in timely manner, we may need to work some Saturdays and Sundays into the school year. But this will not disrupt the school, once the school starts. So that 5% of contingency is allocated to that purpose.
Okay, any requests to speak from the public? Board members, comments or questions? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I will move to approve Resolution 2023-24-26, approving guaranteed maximum price, authorizing the contractor to proceed with construction and adopting the plans and specifications for the Santa Barbara High School 60s, 70s, and 80s HVAC upgrades project.
Okay, may I have a second?
I second the motion.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Okay, we're moving to
Thank you. And as usual, of course, with all the projects that we have that are in for large construction projects that need DSA approval, we also need a DSA inspector on the project. And my third item is normally would have been on a consent agenda, but because it's connected to these two resolutions, I'm bringing it to you in the action agenda and asking for your approval for the LG inspection, the Division of State Architect Inspection Services, to approve the services for $51,600 for this project. This LG Services is actually one of our trusted contractors. They changed their name recently. It was Brandon Leach and John Leach, and they've approved a lot of our contracts. I'm sorry, they've inspected a lot of our projects. We have your board approved a lot of the contracts that we had with them. And it's the same contractor, basically.
Thank you. Request to speak? May I have a motion?
I will move to approve the proposal from LG Inspection for Division of the State Architect Inspection Services for the Santa Barbara High School 60s, 70s, and 80s HVAC upgrades project.
Okay, may I have a second?
A second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving to our final item of the evening, except to adjourn. Mr. Vecchio, Mr.
All right.
Dr. Vecchio.
Good evening again. I bring to you the HR recommendation list with just a couple recognitions tonight worth noting, and that is if you look at the promotions, I wanted to call out Mary Nafias is going from a paraeducator 1 to paraeducator 2, and then Gabriel Renteria over at Santa Barbara High, campus safety assistant to the athletic equipment custodian in that new position. And then also Cynthia Calvillo Neri, Miriam Aquahua, Peter Gamboa, Diego Martinez, and Maria Naves, all either adding language premium stipends or increasing those. So congratulations to them, and we thank them for that service. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board for your consideration.
Seeing no request to speak, board members, any comments or questions? If not, may I have a motion?
I move to approve the human resources recommendations.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, been motion and second. Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you so much. All right, board members, that concludes our active agenda. We have nothing to return. No additional discussion on consent items, so you can look for coming events as well as future agenda items. So our next meeting is Tuesday, May 28, 2024. We'll be seeing you here at, we'll determine if something changes. We'll see you on May 28th. We'll let you know the time. Dr. Bill. If you want us to, yep, we'll look into that.
I just want to comment that we heard a lot of comments about music and arts, and I do feel that the board supports that. If we can, I don't know how we would work this out, but we need to maybe really do some sort of study or brainstorming, try to figure out what the obstacles are. It seems a little more complex than it superficially seems. We have not made any decisions to cut any programs, but I think there are other issues that are causing these cuts. So what we asked, there was a request for creativity, there was a request for support, and certainly I feel that this is even outside of these walls, that there's a community component to that maybe we just have to be super creative. I'm not sure because I don't understand the whole issue. So I don't know how we can add that to our list.
Yes, I do. I am considering sending a message to our staff and families to clarify that the board and district leadership has not made any decisions like that. I do think that it is in two schools that we're talking about. I do intend to reach out to, and I don't know if they're out there still, SBTA leadership, to talk about the questions around seventh period, because it is something that needs to be negotiated. It's not something that we can unilaterally impose to the junior high school staff. So I will work on a message to the community about this. I do agree with you that the complex issues around this needs to be a board study session of sorts. I don't know if you want to add another meeting between now and the 28th. I did ask Dr. Sheffield and Dr. Wilson to work with the school leaders and prepare a communication to the board on the questions you're raising around, is there some creativity? Is there something that we can do differently? We probably will need to look at the current electives that they're offering and see if those are the right ones, and again, may have to make some tough choices around the ones that were given to students and the ones that we can put in place. There's also the question of staffing for music teachers. If we were to try to go for either a seventh period or change the electives, Dr. Vecchio and his staff would have to make sure that there is staffing available to teach that. And I'll ask you to please correct me or come to the mic if that's incorrect. So those are all issues that we will look into, and I'll send a memo to the board once we figure all this part out, and we'll ask for guidance after the memo and we get some more details from you, if you would like us to set up a board study session so you can hear more about it, and or we bring a report to the May 28th meeting. I am looking at the governance calendar. We do have LCAP to look at for the next meeting, as well as the progress report on, I think it's SPSAs are coming. And the SPSAs are coming on the 28th, and the LCAP. And those are an event where we actually do go around and look at all the school SPSAs. So I just want to keep that in mind for the board as we manage the time and things that we want to bring forward.
And just to add on to that, I think the board is supportive of finding out more about that. But could we, in the meantime, do some communication? I think you just suggested that, sending communication out to the family, what we're doing, that what the board discusses, potentially bringing it back as a potential item, future agenda item. Just let them know that we acknowledge what we heard. Here are the steps that we're taking. So if we can communicate that.
Yes, I will. And I do want to be clear that we support and we have funding to do this, but it's not as easy. It's not a unilateral. It has to be figured out with.
Yes. All I'm saying is,
yes.
Can we communicate? We acknowledge in communication. We acknowledge that we discussed it. What the next steps are, and as you said, it's not as easy as complicated. Just communicating
In
that
the
out.
communication that
yes,
we send out. Got
that's
it.
the thing.
Okay, got it.
As opposed to it just went dead. But now we're going to.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Any additional comments or things to our agenda tonight? Okay. With that, thank you, board members. Thank you, cabinet members. Thank you, members of the public. If you're still on, any of those who are still here, thank you for being part of this meeting tonight. Good night. We will adjourn to May 28th.